Good morning. I'd like to call the March 24th board meeting to order with roll call. A roll call would indicate all commissioners are present with the exception of Commissioner Persky, who will try and remote in at some point, hopefully. If not, then we will have to mark him as absent. So please rise and join me in a moment of silence and the Pledge of Allegiance.
To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. The first item is approval of the agenda. Are there any additions, corrections to the agenda?
None from the administration, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you.
I'll move the agenda.
Thank you, Commissioner Bertram. Thank you, Commissioner Johnson. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carried. Next up is our consent agenda. There are 8 items on the consent agenda. Anyone wishing to pull anything?
I'll move the consent agenda.
Thank you, Commissioner Clark.
Second it.
Thank you, Commissioner Bertram. Any further discussion? I just had one question on E6, which is the airport, joint airport zoning board. When is one required to be established? Does anybody know? Just out of curiosity this morning going
Mr.
through
Chair,
it.
I don't know if somebody might be able to help me with that, but I don't know that there's a requirement to do it. It's by choice of the
Okay.
municipality, I believe.
Okay,
But maybe we get a for sure answer on that
okay.
for you.
I was just curious, being I seen, it was the city of Bruton Airport, so. All right, any further comments, discussion?
Only comment on that, Mr. Chairman, is I think after having been on the council in Payne's, we have an airport, it was just good land use planning. Sauk, all the airports are in the rural part,
Correct.
and I think they just included the county for planning.
Which would make sense because, you
Right.
got the fly zones and everything else
Right.
around the airport. All right, seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the consent agenda indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Next up, administration. Mr. Williams.
Mr. Chair, the next item is a report from the Great River Regional Library, and we have our new director, Brandy Cantor, here with the library to begin that presentation, and I'm sure you will introduce anybody that's with you.
Yes,
Welcome.
thank you. And do you have our PowerPoint?
We do have it in our packets in front of us, and should come up here too, if the back room is ready for you.
I'm not here to talk about that.
No? You don't want to?
You called up the wrong person.
Let me check.
Give it a shot, see what happens.
Oh, there it is.
Okay.
And forwarding slides.
You should be able to use that mouse right there, or if you just
Oh, there it is. Okay.
say you want it moved, we can probably move it in the back.
All right. Oops. There we go.
That PC will control it. There you go.
Okay, I'm gonna just have Kateri stand there and okay. Hello, everybody. Good morning. My name is
Good morning.
Brandy Cantor, and yes, I'm the new executive director for Great River Regional Library since October of 2025. That doesn't mean that I'm new with Great River Regional. Actually, last month was my 25th anniversary with Great River Regional Library, so it is an organization that is incredibly near and dear to my heart. Kateri Gruber is here today. She is our library services coordinator for Paynesville and Belgrade, and she will talk to you more about herself than that towards the end. But a little bit about myself. I started with Great River in 2001 as a library services coordinator in Royalton. small. Basically, when I started, I was the only public service person there, so if the library was open, that meant I was there. And small libraries are very, very near and dear to my heart, even though the St. Cloud Library is the one that I use and where my office is now. So I was a library services coordinator from 2001 to 2009, and then was a regional supervisor where I supervised other library services coordinators until 2025, and that's when I became executive director. So I'm here today to talk to you about kind of what we're doing and the good stuff that's happening in the library. I also do want to take a moment to thank Commissioner Clark and Commissioner Bertram, who have served on the board and have done great things with us, and we appreciate the support of your whole board, and especially those who spend extra time on the board and on committees and things like that. So our mission is to serve all Central Minnesotans with library collections and services. We have a new mission and vision statement as of this year, and our vision is to foster the spirit of exploration, knowledge, and connection for all ages and cultures. We want to serve everybody, and we really take it to heart that we have both the very, very small libraries like Richmond and Belgrade, and we have the really big libraries like St. Cloud, and all those patrons matter. Our theory of change is basically what we want to get out of it, our why, and we want people in our communities to find and use trusted information so they thrive. We want our communities to thrive. All right. We also have a new strategic plan this year for 2026 to 2030. By state statute, we have to have a new strategic plan every 5 years, so we're embarking on our new one. And some of the things that I want to just point out, our core goals have not changed. We have a new strategic plan, but we have the same core goals of exceptional service, forward thinking, and community focus. Our strategic directions, those are kind of where our goals lay. And so in supporting learning, we are looking at enhancing and supporting our core literacy programs. We know, just like you do, looking at the news, that literacy rates, especially for students, for young people, are falling, and we want to do our part to try to raise that up by really focusing in on those core programs. We also know that a lot of people don't quite know what to do with artificial intelligence, and so we want to be able to share information about how folks can use it ethically and efficiently and effectively. Our strategic direction around sharing our story, we want to make it easy for people to find the collection, to browse the collection, to take part in what we have, and we want to make sure that more people know about the library. We also want to welcome everybody to the library. We want it to be easier for people to get library cards, easier for people to get into the library, and easier for people to find the stuff once they are in the library. And we want to keep growing partnerships and maintaining those good partnerships like the ones that we have with Stearns County in order to keep delivering first-rate services. Terry. The strength of our model is really collaboration and resource sharing. We have one library with 32 locations. Cities where we have libraries, the cities fund the buildings, including the shelving and other furniture, as well as maintenance for the buildings, while counties, you fund the library service for each resident of your county. And that could be service at whatever Great River location is most convenient for them. It could be where they live, it could be where they work, it could be where they go on weekends to visit family. But that support that you give enables us to provide that service wherever it's convenient for folks. And that means staff, folks like Kateri, and folks like me, so local and regional staff, the collection, both physical and digital, computer stations, services like literacy programs, print to go, which is one of our fastest growing services, reference services, things like that. So that means that approximately 164,000 people in Stearns County, like I said, they use the library closest to them or most convenient. And that means that even very small libraries, like Belgrade and Richmond, enjoy excellent services and collection. When I was LSC for Royalton, I would do class visits and have kids come in, and I would tell them it was like I had a magic door at the back of my library. And we'd open that door, and I'd have access to the whole collection, not just what I could put in my little 1,000 square foot building that I worked in every day. And I think that's really one of the strengths of Great River. We have magic doors. We are able to get a lot more for any of our borrowers than any one city or any one county could provide without that collaborative funding.
2025 was a very successful year, and you can see up at the top, we had almost 100,000 card holders. We had over 1 million borrowers. We had lots of new library cards. And one of the really interesting things about new library cards is we're seeing an increase in the number of people who want to use both the physical and the digital collection. So they want both print books and ebooks. They want print books, but they also want to do streaming ebooks, things like that. So we're seeing a much more where people are doing both, and that's really exciting. As you can see, lots of physical items checked out, almost 2.3 million, and over 500,000 ebooks downloaded. All right, go ahead to the next one. This is some statistics that is both the regional statistics as well as specific libraries. Stearns County has lots of libraries. It's pretty awesome. Because of the libraries that we have in Stearns County, we are able to serve so many people really, really well, and we appreciate that. Each of these libraries that you see mentioned here, in terms of circulation, that's how many items were checked out at that library. So again, keep in mind, Belgrade doesn't have a huge circulation, but it's a tiny little library in an isolated little town, and they still have really extraordinary service. Melrose, great service. Sartell to go, that is the locker system in Sartell. That one, lots of people use it. They love it, okay? We provide lots of services to lots of people. We have lots of borrowers. And I do want to point out, while it says total borrowers and it lists numbers for individual locations, that doesn't mean that they only go there. You know, again, that's one of the strengths of our model is people might live in Kimball, but they use the St. Cloud Library, they use the Cold Spring Library, they use multiple libraries within our region because they're all really cool. And each one is very individual, and each one has different kinds of programs and things like that. So that's a really fun way that we can help people. Go ahead to the next one. All right. In 2025, we had some real highlights of things that we were able to bring regionally. We had record-breaking years for children and teen participation in the Summer Reading Challenge. And this one is super near and dear to our heart because the pandemic broke a lot of things, and it has taken years to kind of climb out of that pit where our libraries were closed for a long time, or people were afraid to come to the library. They are back in force, and we had a record-breaking year last year for the number of kids and teens who wanted to read in the library. That is amazing. We've also had great results with our Winter Reading Challenge, and the 2026 Winter Reading Challenge just closed, but I gotta tell you, it too was amazing. And we did surveys of people, and one of the best things we heard was surveys from adult participants who said they love the Winter Reading Challenge. They look forward to it every year because it gives them an excuse to read, because they've always loved to read, but they get busy and they're like, forget to read, or they don't feel like they can take the time. But when we have a Winter Reading Challenge that says you get points and you get badges for how much you read, that gives them the excuse to sit down and enjoy something that they really love. And so that's incredibly important. We have the Minnesota State Parks. We also in Stearns County have the Stearns County Parks. And so people can check out passes to go use parks, and that is another one of our most successful collaborations and services. Lots of people really enjoy it, especially the Stearns County Parks. And then this year we had our first ever teen sticker design contest. We got in lots of really great things with that, and yeah, it was awesome. They are cool designs. The kids went out of their way. So that is the big picture. And now, as promised, I am going to hand it over to Kateri.
Before Kateri starts, go ahead. I'm just going to mention that Commissioner Persky should be online.
Oh, wonderful.
Joe, can you hear us?
I can hear you folks. I'm wondering if you can hear me.
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
All right.
I'm sitting on the shores of the Black Sea.
Oh, wow.
Okay,
Well, we can see you now, too,
Yeah.
so good.
All right.
All right.
thank you.
You're
Okay.
welcome. All right. Let me get, you switching back tires? Yep.
There we go.
It's legit officially one of our jobs to be unofficial IT people for the community, so this is not unusual. My name is Kateri Gruber. Yes, I'm a coordinator for the Belgrade and Paynesville libraries, way over in the west corners. I've actually been working with Great River for 13 years, I think now, though I was at Winona Public Library for 4 more years. So, and before that, I was volunteering because my mom used to be the library assistant in Albany. So I've been growing up in libraries. So it was kind of natural to come and be in a place I love and be able to give that to the community as well. I'm going to talk a little bit about what we've been doing this past year. So every year we have a locally growing local fundraiser to raise funds for something that's going to go in our local branches instead of out to the regional system. So for Belgrade, we raised funds to add a activity stations, and you can see the picture there. It's a double-sided, has some cool kits. That one's like a ball drop that the kids can design, and the other one is a coaster, and it's got little challenge cards to build the coasters to get it to drop. And since it was a whiteboard, we also added markers, so we get designs with ball drops and lakes that are around them. It's really cool to see what the kids draw at the end of the day when you have to go and erase it. Sad, but so it's been nice to see more families come in to use our spaces. We've had toys before, but this kind of leveled it up a little bit. So we've had more families coming in to play in the morning on a Saturday. And they're like, I didn't even know we had a library. We get that a lot. We're a teeny tiny branch in a teeny tiny town, and they're so surprised we have a library. So it's awesome to blow their minds that way. Another thing we're doing for Belgrade is we're working on our outreach and partnerships. So this past year, I got to increase more of my interaction with the kids. So going to the school for I Love to Read Month, and I got to spend 2 hours reading to the kindergartners and the first graders and the 4th and 5th graders. So that was awesome. And then we had actually their seniors and juniors came out then for May, it was May, a day of service. So they came and cleaned our library shelves for us. So worthwhile partnership on both ends. We've also been then trying to increase our adult outreach. So that's been our focus for this fall and actually this spring. So I went out to one of the Women's Expo for November, and it was amazing. It was fairly small because we're a small area, but it was over 100 and some people, and I talked to almost every single person that came through the door. And it was interactive, people asking questions about the library because we just haven't hit enough of the adult population. It's hard to find them because it's usually school stuff and kid stuff. So the biggest thing was, the print to go. People didn't know we had printing. So they were like, I've been driving out half hour to this place. And I'm like, no, please come 10 minutes to your library. We're here. Please come print. So that's been great to see those adult efforts and get some of the more adult library card signups to come bring their kids. And we also have our partnership with Viking Library System is actually in Pope County. And so our district goes around that area. And so in order to get a card, they have to go to Glenwood to get a card or catch the bookmobile. So last year we had some kids who were able to sign for cards because they allowed us to keep the cards at the Belgrade Library for Viking. So when kids sign up, we could hand them their card right there. And then I mailed the applications to Glenwood, and they were set to go. So that's been a cool partnership that finally got some traction. For Paynesville, I've actually been here twice, and I usually like to bring a show and tell. We got Try It Yourself kits, and you can see I didn't think that giant, enormous metal hammer would make it through security, so I did not bring that today. But we added, for our locally grown funds, we added 5 kits to Great River's collection, but they are local to Paynesville, so they stay here, and for the first 6 months, our patrons got to be the first to check them out. And patrons actually got to vote what they wanted, so we have rock hounding, bird watching, clay kit, jewelry making, and juggling, which had the highest votes. And then the other cool thing, I did bring a little bit of a show and tell. I know you won't be able to really see this very well, but we have almost finalized designs for our new library. So the city of Paynesville is investing in our library and building a new one. So it's been awesome to see the support for that. It's actually been in the works, 2018? Mm-hmm. When I arrived at Paynesville in 2020, within my first week, I went on a site visit. It was a little overwhelming, but it was awesome to walk into. So yeah, they've almost finished their architecture plans, and so they're moving on to doing all the funding, of course. So We're getting a lot of questions from patrons about when we're going to get our new library, when's ground going to be broken. So it's awesome to see that support. Yes, I think that's all I've got. I mean, I could talk more and more and more, but
Yes,
Thank you.
and again, thank you for taking the time and inviting us to talk to you. We love coming to talk to you. Thank you for your support. If you have any questions, reach
Yeah.
out. Yeah.
Yeah, thanks for the presentation. I just have one question. Do you have like e-library cards?
We do. Actually, we were incredibly fortunate, strategic, and just plain lucky that we had started doing e-cards in 2019. And we had gotten off the ground about how do we do this so that people could apply online and then within 2 business days be supplied with an account number and that they could use in order to access our digital collection, ebooks, databases, things like that. We got that done, I think, third quarter 2019. And we all know what happened first quarter 2020. And so we were one of the few libraries in the state that was already set to continue providing good service to people when the pandemic hit. And so that has been something that I am particularly proud of. Yeah, thanks for asking.
Commissioner Clark?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for coming, and obviously very honored to get to serve on the board. This is probably really for the public in case they're interested in donating, is if you could talk very briefly about the legacy folks, like we've started having some legacy donors and how that's worked, because it's making a difference in particular collections. And then also maybe just a wee bit about the importance of our audio and e-books, because people like them, but it's an opportunity too, if people care about that, they might want to also consider contributing because they're expensive, right?
Sure. Thank you for asking. So we couldn't do what we do without donations. We get a number of donations, either as Kateri was discussing, the locally grown that stays directly in the location where it's given, but we also have regular donations that come in. We just recently wrapped up our year-end campaign, which is one of our largest ones. We are now in the process of a summer reading challenge campaign as well. So with the big year-end campaign and any kind of general donations that come in, that money goes into a 3-way split. 55% of it goes to the collection, 20% of it goes to communications and promotions, and 25% of it goes to programs and programming. And so every dollar that comes in, 55 cents of that goes towards the collection and building the collection. And we use those funds in 2 particular ways. We use them to purchase kind of non-traditional collection things like brain fitness kits for people who might be aging or have aging parents and they want to help them out and make sure that their brains stay nimble, for different kinds of kits and things like that. We also use it to augment our ebooks and e-audiobooks because they are particularly expensive. There's currently in the state legislature movement on a bill to try to help get some relief from that. But essentially, an ebook that the library purchases, especially if it's a popular title, is going to be 3 to 4 times as much money as it would be if any of you individually went on Amazon and purchased an ebook. There's also going to be limitations around how many uses and sometimes how long we can keep it. So it is not uncommon with our most popular titles to, again, 3 to 4 times as much money, but then also have the publisher set limits, like you can have it for 1 year or 26 uses, whichever comes first, and then you have to repurchase it. And so what we find is every month when our collection development staff are making their orders for ebooks, the vast majority of those orders is repurchasing things we already had because they've hit that term. Ebooks, unlike physical books, we don't own them. We license use of them for our patrons. And so it's a completely different paradigm. But it is a lot more expensive. It is a challenging piece for us because we want to be using public dollars in the best way that we can, whether those dollars come in through donations or taxation. We want to make sure that we are making ethical, effective, efficient use of those dollars. At the same time, that is a growing area. You might have seen it's our largest circulating area. It exceeds circulation of the St. Cloud Public Library. So people really, really want ebooks and e-audiobooks. That's what they want. We hear them. We try to provide that. But it is a constraint because of the licensing that the publishers put on us. It makes it more expensive and more short-term.
Randy, can I ask this, what is one book license fee?
Oh,
'Cause
goodness.
I suppose it varies.
It
depending
varies, but a really popular title by a really popular author could be in the $70 to $85 range. Versus you go on, Amazon, Audible, something like that, and you can get it for $15 to $18, $20, something. Yeah, it's a significant difference in price. And it's because the publishers can. There's not a market pressure in the same way there is with the physical content to bring those prices down or make better licensing agreements for libraries. And so they get to set the rules, and if we are going to meet the demands and the requests of our patrons, we're kind of stuck.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Birch?
Mr. Chairman, I would assume if we wrote a book, license fee might be $1. If any one of us wrote a book, it would lower the average. Well, Mike might be $2, but otherwise.
Yeah.
Where's Cold Spring at with their new library discussions?
The latest that we have heard is that the city council did pass the agreement for leasing a temporary location. And so my team has been working with the Cold Spring City team and the owner of the building to come up with a plan for making it a temporary location. What was shared with the Great River Regional Board was that they're anticipating that would be approximately 3 years in the temporary location while they do other building and renovating the current site and then building a new library. So it is not going to be a perfect library. It is definitely a temporary location. There are some challenges to the location, but we think that it will be good enough for a temporary as we're moving forward with the city, and we're really glad to have this process going.
Then, Mr. Chairman, just to go back, remembering Commissioner Oddie served on the library board for many years, and when his health didn't allow him to go to evening meetings, he asked me to come on as a public member, and then Commissioner Lenzmeyer served for many years. So looking back, Commissioner Oddie and Commissioner Lenzmeyer's service as well. And we really had some trying times. We didn't have an executive director that showed up, so we had to deal with that vacancy, and then we dealt with hiring Karen, which was a great pick, and she did a great job, and congratulations to you for taking over. But, and then the fire at the St. Cloud Library, I mean, there were some pretty traumatic things that certainly happened there during those years. It's the most unique board I think I ever served on, and the most surprising board. When I told people I was on a library board, many people laughed for some reason. I'm not sure why, but they couldn't see me on the library board. But do me a favor and just, I know it's in our materials someplace, not today, but I've seen it. But if you wouldn't mind sharing with us after today, the budget, you know what the budget is, overall budget. What's the overall budget for the public's sake? What's the overall budget of the Great River Regional Library?
Sure. For
all 6 counties.
Right. The 2026 operating budget, the total operating budget for 2026 is $10,539,275.
Sure. And then if you wouldn't mind, share the breakdown, and it looks like you have it there with us, what each county contributes to that. What a lot of people don't know is we have to belong to a library system. Because, of course, over the years I've heard, well, why do we belong, or why do we have to belong? Well, by state statute, we have to belong to a system. So if we wouldn't belong to Great River Regional Library, we'd go to any of the systems around us, but we would have to belong to a library. The discussions that we've had on a low level, what nobody seems to be able to answer, and I hope this can start answering that question. And with you being there that long, it would be helpful. We're contributing, from what I understand, close to 800,000 additional monies than what our allocation is. And nobody seems to know how that happened. It would just be nice to kind of know how that happened over the last however many years. Mike's been here 12 years and he's not sure how that happened. And I haven't, well, between being on the board for 8 years and on this board now, so I didn't know that. So you might want to, when you share the breakdown of the overall budget, the county budget, it would be helpful if someone kind of found out why that happened and where we are.
Okay.
Again, not judgmental or not critical, but we're all dealing with budgets and
Absolutely.
we need to, I mean, we're looking right now, I mean, at things of, okay, how do we change some things for the 2027 budget? So all the information we can get to have those discussions, I think will be helpful. So
Sure.
if you could share that with us, I'd appreciate that.
I do not have the maintenance of effort numbers today.
No, not today. I
Okay,
mean, like
okay.
in the future.
Sure.
Just a couple of page follow-up to this.
I can make a note to do that. Generally, the executive director comes back in August. Our board passes a budget in July, and then generally in August and September, I will be doing the rounds to talk to all the counties about the budget that was passed and do that breakdown, and I will be more than happy to bring that back. Is
And-
that sufficient?
Mr. Chairman, well, actually, it might be better before the budgets.
Before then?
Yeah,
Okay.
before our budgets and your budgets, to start that conversation
Sure.
more in depth. We've had very high-level discussions, but not in depth.
Sure,
So
okay.
maybe sooner the better, probably.
Okay.
Commissioner Clark?
Yeah, no, those are great questions, and I know, I don't remember that number either, but you didn't include my name when you were talking about people who'd served on it.
She did.
I know, but
Oh,
you talked
okay.
about two others.
And Commissioner
so
Clark.
I'm not feeling loved.
Thank you.
Thank you, now I feel loved.
I'll
know,
hug
I
you
think
after the meeting.
One of the things that's so impressive with this board is how strongly people take the fiduciary responsibility. And, the state allocation, my recollection, not the number, but it was from 2013. It was just a requirement of a maintenance of effort from way back then, but our joint powers agreement, and Commissioner Bertram, you probably do remember this part. I always forget the third piece, but our formula per county contribution is based on population, circulation, and not circulation, sorry, borrowing
numbers.
and tax capacity.
That's correct.
And so like Wright County has a higher tax, I can't believe they have something higher than us, but their contribution is more because of our three smallest ones, don't have as much tax capacity.
Right.
So it's, because it's one system, it gets to be really interesting. And one of the things I think it's good for the public to know, but maybe for all of us as well, is that our per capita is like about $20 a piece, where the average in the state's like $48. So we are a lean organization with some incredible staff. And so that's the other thing. And one of the great things about you having, Commissioner Bertram, having served on it for so long, you get the importance of kind of the being able to move in between. And I think the other piece, even though we're not talking budgets per se, but it's important for people to know, is when the new St. Cloud Library was built, part of the memorandum of our joint powers at the time in the agreement was that the neighboring cities would not be asking for a new library, and all of those small ones, including Bruton, were going to be grandparented in. So they were guaranteed service. It might not be at the same level of hours because of that, but it's kind of amazing just hearing the incredible stories from each of those different communities about what having the library still there means. So it's a really good example of how our dollars coming together means I can take our grandkids to Staples or Little Falls in the next week, which I probably will while we've got them. But it also means that each of our communities really can have something that's just been critical. So it isn't just what our budget dollars say, which is important. It's also what our joint powers agreements and what the kind of the compact between all of us has been.
That's correct. And for the record, the city of Stearns County pays approximately a little under $14.50 per capita. And again, I want to be really clear, that is not for the buildings. That is for services for each individual resident to go to the Great River Regional Library that is most convenient to them. We, 5 or 6 years ago, did a user survey where we asked people how many libraries they tended to frequent, and it was an incredible percentage of people who used regularly 2 to 4 libraries because it's convenient and because one library card is usable at those. You can check out books in Painesville and you can turn them in St. Cloud. It all works together seamlessly. And so that means that people may use the library in the city where they work. They may use the library in the city where they live. They may use the library in the city where they have friends or family to visit. And it's that interrelationship. And maintenance of effort, I do want to just take a moment since we're talking about that. That is based on the amount that libraries and counties, or that counties and cities paid in 2011. It is a static number. Huh?
I had the number wrong.
Yeah.
That was 2013.
It's 2011. So it's a static number. It doesn't move with inflation. It also is not necessarily the state saying, this is what we think it would take to provide local library service. It's the state saying, this is what we want for cities and counties residents to have access to the overarching state level of service. Because I talked about what cities provide and what counties provide, but the other level is state services. So for example, the state provides us $1.9 million in funding. We get that because we're part of a regional library system and all of our counties and all of our cities at least meet maintenance of effort. So we get that funding. Also, ELM databases, the Electronic Library of Minnesota databases that are used in all of our public libraries and in all of our school libraries. Those come through a cost-sharing measure through state services and would be extraordinarily expensive for, say, a small school district to have to purchase on its own, or for a smaller public library system to have to purchase on its own. And so there's an additional layer of shared resources, shared services, and collaboration that happens at that state level due to cities and counties meeting their maintenance of effort. But that is not necessarily what it takes to run a local library. And I think on a conceptual basis, that is part of the reason that with our joint powers agreement, our counties have moved above the maintenance of effort level, is because they want to provide good local service and regional service, and that is more than what the state says you have to pay.
Okay,
That is, in a conceptual way, kind of where it landed.
okay, before I go to Commissioner Johnson, just so everybody knows, we did lose Commissioner Persky again, so. So we'll take it from there. Commissioner Johnson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Brandy, for being here. I think the GRRL is one of the premier assets of this 6-county region. It's very important, and I think we're getting a good return on our investment.
Thank you.
And I should add that years ago, I was actually on the board myself, and I was part of the library building committee for the library in the city of St. Cloud. As long as we're all talking about our parts here. I'm not trying to put you on the spot here, but we live in a tough time in many, many areas. And I'm just asking for information purposes. I'm a strong proponent of the First Amendment and personal responsibility, and I'd like to know if you're seeing any pushback relative to content in your libraries.
I think at this point in time, we do have a really good collection development policy that includes a way for people to express their viewpoints if they have concerns about an item in the collection. It's all transparent. It's all on our website, griver.org. So we do get questions. We do get some complaints, not at the level that we were recently or a few years ago. More common right now is just concerns about some of the different viewpoints that people who are using spaces that they might be expressing on community boards, demonstrations outside of the library but adjacent to, those kinds of things. That is where we're seeing more of where I'm getting more of the messages in that right now. And so my strong opinion, I am also fierce about the First Amendment. That is why I'm here. I was a Peace Corps volunteer and lived in a country for 3 years where the First Amendment didn't exist, and I saw firsthand what happened in a place like that. I fiercely support people's right to disagree with how we do things. And so when people come forward with concerns, we respect those concerns, we treat them with respect, we treat the individuals with respect, and we do our best. But for your specific question about content, that has gone down, but other areas have gone up. And that's kind of the life of the library and I think that shows a vitality in our communities that people are thinking. They're thinking about the library as their space. They're thinking about the library as that focus of First Amendment rights, and they are making sure we're doing our job, and I welcome that.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thanks.
Commissioner
Mr.
Bertram.
Chairman, to that point, certainly I'm for the First Amendment too, but some of the things that I saw in the library over the 8 years I was on did kind of raise an eyebrow. I mean, and again, that's that process that, again, not everyone will agree, but there's a reason that some of those materials have been kind of questioned because there's a content there that many people would say isn't necessarily appropriate. And of course, who makes that judgment? Well, that's why you have that policy and, but it's not stuff talking about raising corn and beans. It's stuff way beyond that in more than one instance. The best explanation I received when I got on the board was the best thing that's going on, I think, is the partnership between the cities and the Great River Regional in providing the building. And a lot of the people in the public don't understand that the buildings are not owned by the Great River Regional Library or the county. It's owned by the communities. And I think it was Karen, in fact, that told me this. The best way to explain it is take the building and tip it upside down. Whatever falls out, that's what the Great River Regional Library is responsible for. Computers, desks, the books, everything else. But the buildings themselves are the community, and that's good. It is that way. And if you want to do something for an old guy like me, bring back the bookmobile, because that was a high point in Spring Hill Elementary. When the bookmobile came to Spring Hill, that was something. And you had to stand outside. Typically, you only could let so many people in at a time. But now we saw it. We don't have the bookmobile, but somebody had one, the white and light green. We don't have one.
No,
the Great
we do
River,
not.
But
Great River
somebody
does not.
did.
Yep.
And I think it was at the anniversary that there was pictures of it or something. Bring that back. I'd be more than happy to stand in line to be able to walk into a bookmobile again. So that's dated me now, so,
Yeah, we did have bookmobiles, but we don't have them anymore. But they are, I agree, near and dear to everybody's heart.
Yep, I would have to concur as a parochial school student, bookmobile would show up and everybody would head outside. And it was a wonderful thing back in the day that you had the traveling bookmobile.
Yep.
All right. Well, thank you for all the good information, and we appreciate you taking the time out to come here and give us an update.
I really appreciate your time. You all gave me so much more time than I expected, so thank you. Thank you.
Thank
I
you.
appreciate all your questions.
Yep. Thanks, Kateri. Okay, so next up, we will recess our regular meeting and we will open our Human Services meeting. Morning, Melissa.
All right. Good morning, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. Melissa Huberty, I'm the Human Services Administrator. There are just 2 items on the Human Services consent agenda today, and they're items H1 and H2 on pages 54 and 56. The first one's seeking approval to apply for our application for the Women, Infants, Children program for the next 5 years, and the second one is claims paid, and I'm available for questions.
Mr. Chairman, I'll move the consent agenda. And then the question I had is, you say it's $21 per month per client, so it would be $252 a year for a client. Do you know how many clients we have?
Yes,
Commissioner, can we, let's get a second.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Second by Commissioner Johnson. Okay.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Bertram, yes, we have approximately 3,500 clients we serve per month. That number has been going down in the last months, a little bit.
And I assume this is mandated.
It is, this is not mandated service. It's just a service that's probably a high return on investment and a good idea is generally thought. So every county does do it.
Okay.
Commissioner Clark?
Yes, and thank you, Mr. Chair, and Ms. Huberty. This is, I'm going to tap into one of our fellow commissioners across the river. Please keep working on getting them to change it from grant to allocation, because this is what they give to counties, and it's not what most of us think of as a grant.
Yes,
Please keep working on it.
correct. Thank you.
Just to let everybody know, Joe is back.
Yay.
So, yeah. Melissa, can you, on the second part, the claims paid, so when you have the cost-effective health insurance number, is that the county assists then with somebody to?
Mr.
does that
Chair,
work?
Commissioners, that is a program that essentially, the easiest way to explain it is if a constituent has like employer-sponsored health insurance, and they're also pretty low income, but they're barely above the income line, it can be more beneficial for the state to pay for that premium because it's less expensive for the taxpayer than to just keep them on full medical assistance. And so the county will pay for that, but then the state reimburses the county.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we got a motion and a second. We will need to do roll call. Randy, would you like to?
Commissioner Johnson,
Aye.
Commissioner Clark,
Aye.
Commissioner Persky.
Aye.
Thank you, Joe. Commissioner Bertram,
Aye.
Commissioner Notch.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Okay, thank you. Motion passes.
you.
Thanks, Melissa. With that, we will close the Human Services meeting, and we will reconvene our regular meeting with a presentation by the Sheriff's Office.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
I'm actually not going to do the presentation. I'm just kind of the trailer before the main event here. So the only thing I want to do is come up and just talk about the fact that after having this program for a couple of years, I think we're having some success. You'll hear from these guys. I'll let them introduce themselves, a member of Melissa's staff and a member of our staff. They can introduce themselves retrospectively. But we have a very good collaborative working relationship with the Human Services staff in regards to this particular topic, which obviously is a very hot topic in this country right now and in this area and this time of year. So with that, I'm just going to turn it over to them and let them run with the show. So
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, good morning. My name is Zach Sorensen. I'm honored currently to serve as the Investigative Lieutenant for the Sheriff's Office and the citizens of Stearns County. Currently, I oversee the fraud prevention investigators within our office, help direct the day-to-day work of that, and I'll pause to allow my colleague in this partnership to introduce herself.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. Janelle Beckerman. I am a supervisor in the Finance, Technology, and Support Division, and I am the supervisor that oversees the grant for the Fraud Prevention Investigation Program.
So just a little bit of historical data. In late 2022, Janelle and I and some other colleagues started to have some conversations about fraud prevention within Stearns County and returning it back to the Sheriff's Office if that was the agreement that was ultimately made to best serve. And ultimately, we did decide that that was the best course of action to bring the investigative services from a private entity into the Sheriff's Office to again begin those investigations after a 10-plus year pause on that. And prior to agreeing as a Sheriff's Office to do that is we wanted to make sure that we had an investigator who worked for us who was the right fit, because we believed that was going to be one of two key components to making this successful. The other key component was the work between us and Human Services on those referrals coming into the fraud prevention investigator so that we could do the work that needs to be done. So currently, we've completed 2 fiscal years, having 1 full-time fraud prevention investigator, and now we're into our 3rd fiscal year and brought a part-time, an additional part-time fraud prevention investigator on board in January thanks to the efforts that included you guys on that. So it's built into our criminal investigative division within the sheriff's office. However, the majority of the work that's done by those two individuals is civil in nature, providing service back to human services. There is a criminal component to it, which we'll get into here shortly. So our philosophy at the sheriff's office overall, to include fraud prevention investigations, is we do fact-based investigations. What I mean by that is we let the facts and the evidence drive the investigation, where it goes, where it doesn't go, and then ultimately the resolution of that. Why is that important? It's important to me, and I instill that importance into our team because there's individuals in our community that do need to be held responsible for various things that they participate in or are responsible for. However, I think it's just as important for us to prove innocence for those individuals within our community who are innocent. And we do that by gathering facts and details that we can support for that. When it comes to fraud prevention investigations, there's another component to it that's important that we do not overlook when we do that, and that's individuals in our community that these particular programs have been created to help, to build up. And oftentimes those individuals might not have a loud voice like others in our community or have the financial support to be able to fight their battle. So it's on us to gather those facts, to gather that information, and then report that back. Because if they have done what they need to do, provided the details that they need to provide to human services or to us, we want to report that back, and we want to support that just as much as, again, those that might have ill intent in it are held responsible. It's just as much our obligation to be the voice for those individuals in our community. And that's the philosophy that we've instilled in this program, which I think has been successful. How do we get referrals or cases for these two investigators to look into? It comes from the partnership with Human Services, and they've been a great partner for us. As you'll see here, my statistics are going to be concentrated on the first 2 fiscal years that we've completed, because that's a fair way to do it. In that, at least 90% of the referrals or cases that our investigators are looking into and trying to establish facts on come from human service employees, come from within the county. 789 of those during those 2 fiscal years that we've been asked to look into from various different programs, various levels of depth that we may be asked to go into, to find things of that nature. Then below that are just some of the other 10-ish% of areas that come in. Some of those are proactive things that we as fraud investigators may see, for like excessive EBT card transactions out of state. We might just come across that during another part of an investigation, or a referral, or a law enforcement officer out in our community or in another community provides us with a tip that may generate something for us to look into. Next is the cases referred by program that our office here in Stearns County is asked to look into. You'll see there's 2 main drivers that occupy quite a bit of our time, and to me those are essential. That's food and medical. And then you'll see some other areas there that we're also asked to look into, but the majority are those 2 areas in particular. I'll let Janelle kind of explain the human service part.
Thanks, Zach. So the role of human services is really, as Zach indicated, we do send a large number of the referrals over for the programs that we're administering. And we're really the frontline identification. So the eligibility staff and the economic supports division, when they're interviewing clients or working through some of the paperwork that they have come in, if there's a question that comes up where we're not quite sure we have the right information or maybe something is missing, we can do a referral over to Zach's team to go out and take a look and ask some questions to make sure we're determining benefits with the best information possible. What that does is really help assure that we're using taxpayer dollars appropriately, that we're sending out the appropriate amount of benefits, and that the clients and the customers that come in to meet with us are getting the benefits that they deserve and that they're eligible for. So as I said, when there's questions, Human Services staff can send over a referral. That could come from an eligibility specialist, a child support officer, a social worker, a corrections agent. Really anyone in Human Services can make a referral over to our fraud prevention team, and they can go out and find out some of that information. I also kind of talked, we ensure program integrity. So early identification, it helps us prevent dollars going out and reducing overpayments to assure that customers, clients are getting the appropriate amount of benefits. And then we really do collaborate with the investigators. Once Zach's team completes the investigation, the economic supports team takes the facts that come in based on those questions, and they redetermine benefits and adjust amounts as needed, or determines overpayments. And adjusting amounts could be reducing the amount of benefits going out, or maybe the facts that Zach's team found out requires an increase in benefits because the clients are actually eligible for more than we thought they were. So those are some of the things that we work through Human Services.
What could be the outcome of an investigation when our team at the Sheriff's Office is done with it? There's a couple areas that we have control of at the Sheriff's Office and some that we do not. So we'll determine those facts or gather those facts. And if we don't believe there to be an intentional program violation or fraud that's been discovered, we'll simply we'll route that back to Human Services. All cases get routed back to Human Services, but these ones in particular leave our office. Most of the time we don't do anything more with them. Sometimes an individual who is receiving the service might not even know that we've done the investigation or that we're looking into it, or asked to do anything about it because we work behind the scenes and gather the necessary information and provide that back to Human Services. If we determine that there's been some errors in it that might be agency meaning the entity, the county, state, federal government, or the client has some error that might be for something that's not malicious in nature, maybe the length of the forms, the language barriers, things of that nature. It might not just have been clear to that particular individual, and that's the reason why it was being questioned, or it's an error, or there's an overpayment, or an underpayment, as Janelle had said, could be any of those things. And then we have what would be intentional program violations or fraud that's been found. If we have facts and evidence that support that, we will report that back to Human Services as well. If it's something that we've triaged to be malicious enough that we think somebody should be looked at for prosecution, we will start to engage the team aspect in that. Sheriff's Office doesn't make that decision solely. It's a team conversation among the Sheriff's Office, Human Services, and the County Attorney's Office prior to us fully getting involved in a full-fledged criminal investigation that could include search warrants at residence, things of that nature. We've all gotten on the same page to make sure that we're doing the appropriate thing for the appropriate reasons at the appropriate time. Again, if fraud is found, we send those reports from the Sheriff's Office to Human Services, and case corrections, possible overpayments, intentional program violations. Our investigators can start that process by working with the client on those established facts that have been discovered. And we'll also work with Human Services on that as well. And then the last bullet point is the County Attorney's Office agrees to prosecute. I want to say that all cases where there is fraud found, we don't engage the County Attorney's Office on. So her office isn't making a determination on every case where there appears to be fraud. It's those ones that we bring to their attention that we believe are egregious enough that we think there should be some collaboration on, is somebody responsible enough to be prosecuted with that. At the bottom, there's the checks and balances in this whole program. You have the Sheriff's Office, Human Services. We have Department of Human Services judges that will look at cases at times that we have to present to them. They'll make some determinations. We have the County Attorney's Office that looks at what evidence has been discovered, established. Is this a case that can be proven beyond a reasonable doubt and is ethical to prosecute, just like any other criminal case that we send to their office? And then we ultimately have the judicial system if it goes to that point, just like any other criminal case would be. Common programs that are referred to our fraud prevention investigators is a list of it. Again, the two big highlights that we saw earlier is food in medical, and then you'll see some other ones on there that we also are asked to look into at times. Some core statistics from those 2 fiscal years that we have completed. Again, the referrals coming in from Human Services, about 32 per month on average, which came to a savings of about 1.2 million, overpayments of about 775,000. 4 of those cases, the team ultimately decided that we would refer to the county attorney's office for prosecution, and that has taken place. And then the civil disqualifications are 19 signed waivers, and those are ones where we engage with the individual who receives benefits, talks through the facts that have been established with them, and ultimately a waiver is signed admitting, yes, that those are the facts, and we report that back to Human Services. And then 15 Department of Human Services hearings where we brought those facts to the hearing and let that particular system work through and ultimately make the decision. Fiscal year 2024 and 2025, those are the cost-benefit ratios. You'll see that our program in 24 was slightly above state average, and that could be for a variety of reasons. One is we were just getting up and going in that particular time, and it got us a little time to get under our feet. And then I think 2025 is a little more reflective of where our program currently sits, being well above the state average for that. We'd be happy to maybe answer some questions or field some questions here and try to answer depending on who's best fit on this particular slide or previous slides.
Thanks. Thanks for the information. Just I have one quick one. Are there any repeat cases that you see?
There are repeat cases that we see. Absolutely, there are. Yep.
And it's usually the same type of benefit requested?
But when I say repeat cases, I'm looking at it from a sheriff's office standpoint of we're being asked to look into the same person or the same client more than one time. And it could be for a same or similar, or it could be something different.
Okay. Commissioner Clark?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for this presentation. I'm curious about a few things. Do you have I'm sure they're all over the place, but an average of what the overpayments might have been? I mean, what's hard to, right, is the underpayments, right? You said you found that. But I'm particularly curious about the savings is just over 1.2 million, and then the overpayments were 775,000. Can you just speak to the difference in that of what you found?
Sure. Thank you for that question, Commissioner Clark. So the savings amount is the amount of the benefits that were reduced for a particular case. So that is the amount that didn't go out. So that's where that comes from. And then the overpayment was the amount obviously overpaid. And I feel like I missed part of your question. I'm sorry.
I'm just trying to figure out if there's in addition to overpayments, what the savings might have been, or were they?
Yeah, so it's the amount of the benefits that didn't go out either at application, or we were able to reduce the benefits based on information that Zach's teams found. So maybe, for instance, food support should have been $200 based on Zach's team's investigations. It should have only been $175. So then we have that $25 per month savings.
And then as a follow-up?
Yeah.
And does that include the errors then, the errors that people make? Or is this specifically getting to you identifying that somebody has fraudulently done it? Because I'm hearing you say, okay, here's what we were able to reclaim, and that's gone on forever, right? Especially with our really crummy technology. We have to at least get our really crummy technology. Better technology will help us with fraud prevention more. But so there's those overpayments and then kind of stopping moving forward. That's that other buffer, right?
Yep.
Okay.
So thank you. Yes, that could be someone making an error on a form. It's both. It could be a fraud, or it could be an error correction. Yeah. So any savings that's realized or overpayments realized as a result of Zach's team's investigation, is part of this dollar amount indicated on the slide.
Okay, great. And I just want to thank you. I didn't start with saying that. This is important work, and it's important for the public to be hearing it, so thank you.
One quick question too. So on the overpayments, is any of that ever recouped?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, we have some collection officers that work to collect those overpayment amounts. Sometimes it's through direct payments, and sometimes it's through a benefit reduction through the Maxis super modern computer system we have.
Exactly.
Thank you. Any other questions? Commissioner Johnson?
I'll just comment that I too think this is really good work, and it's very timely that you're doing this. Obviously, there's so much confusion out there about the word fraud, and it happens in everywhere, anybody, all the time. I mean, so it's really good to see that you're doing this very deliberative work, and I hope the public in Stearns County really understand that this is going on, and they don't have to worry about it, I guess.
Commissioner Bertram?
Mr. Chairman, first of all, Lieutenant Sorensen, if you wouldn't mind, could you share that slide presentation with us? Not now, but there's some good information in there. And yes, thank you for the work that you're doing. I was a strong advocate in adding the additional position to do more of this. I think people don't know that we are doing this. And I think I'm happy to hear that it's both ways, that you're legitimizing people that legitimately need the assistance, but more importantly, that because if people are getting the money that shouldn't be getting the money, then the people that truly are in need aren't getting it. So that's what needs to be done. So there are no outside referrals, like you don't get calls from the general public saying, I think so-and-so is doing something. Is it strictly internal?
About 90% is internal, coming from Human Services, and that other 10% does include things into the statewide fraud tip line, comes in through our local sheriff's office tip line. So yes, we are getting those and looking into them.
Perfect. And then $13 million saving the state, even though they're not county dollars, they're still tax dollars, and it's important. And then just the legitimacy of the program. I mean, these are kind of, in my opinion, these are tight communities that word gets out real fast. Well, don't try to pull something because I'm being questioned on this, and within communities that hopefully can nip it when they know that it is being watched. And the legitimacy of our programs, it really is critical, one from a funding source and from a credibility perspective. So I think that's, it shocks me that people would be investigated more than one time, the same people for the same, that kind of surprises me. And I'm not sure, you can maybe tell me that offline sometime why that would be, but the mentality in my mind would be if you got questioned once, you'd make sure you wouldn't do it again, but maybe there's something else going on. The child care and any of the fraud, one thing that I found out, a child care provider in Stearns County told me about 3 months ago, if I would want to commit fraud, I could not commit it alone because of the state oversight and everything that goes on in a facility like this, and certainly with the assistance through Human Services. So that's troubling because potentially there's more than one person involved with fraud when this happens. And I think that's why this is so overwhelming for so many people. The most profound statement that I believe that Tim O'Malley made, who's the new czar of fraud in the state of Minnesota, he said in his report, and I read the report, I heard half of it, but he said the biggest challenge, the biggest reason for the fraud is it's compassion over compliance. And I thought that was profound. People are compassionate and they feel sorry for the person, and so they overlook the fraud. And that's what he said in his report. And again, we have to be real with this. We can't be afraid of hurting feelings when people are getting things that they shouldn't be getting. And if we don't crack the whip on that, it's going to hurt all of us, the credibility, financially, and every way else. So let's keep that in mind. It's not our job to be, overzealous and compassion without being overzealous and being compliant. And so that's always going to be I think a wavering thing. So Lieutenant Sorensen, have the number of referrals since we've added the staff for fraud investigations from Human Services, has that gone up or down?
I would say in the fiscal year, the third fiscal year that we are in currently, our referrals per month appear to be up as they were for the first and the second fiscal years. On average, between the two investigators in the last few months since they've been up and going, between the two investigators, they have about 15-ish active cases going at any particular time, and somewhere between that 65 to 80 pending cases that we need to look into. As of this morning, oldest referral dated back to October of 2025 that our team needs to get to. Part of that prioritization comes from the state. They have us prioritize certain parts, applications, renewals, those types of things. So we try to do our best to meet those. But to answer the question is in fiscal year 3 here that we're in this partnership, the referrals appear to be up.
And Mr. Chairman, the reason I asked that question is we all need to be on the same page. And so when the board makes the decision to add an investigator or a part-time position investigator, we prioritize, we want this done. When you're doing your work, you need to make sure that you know that you're getting the referrals from Human Services. So we all need to be on the same page, because that would be a great way to manipulate it by saying, okay, we don't agree with doing additional investigate, we're just not going to refer as many. And again, that's the reason I asked that, is we all, and I trust that we are on the same page, that we want to nip the fraud that's going on within Stearns County to our degree. And again, if it's county money, close to $1 million, that's important. If it's the 13+ million for the state, that's even more important, because tax dollars are tax dollars. So God bless you for doing your work. One of the most extreme stories I've heard that I know is factual is in the application, how many children do you have? And the question was answered 4, when in fact there was 2. That's not an innocent mistake in my mind. And there could be factors to that. Of course, that's what your job is, to figure that out. But though that's blatant. And if we don't nip that, then that's on us. So thank you for what you do and continue to do. And don't be afraid of investigating to legitimize the programs, because right now we all know that that's probably the most important work that you can do, is getting the money where it needs to be and legitimizing the programs that the public knows it's being handled appropriately. So thank you for what you do.
Commissioner Clark?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, and Commissioner Bertram. You agree with what you said. I just wanted for the public to build off a little bit, because a large part of what we've heard, and I know we've talked about this in our meetings in the past, a large part of what we're hearing about some of the incredibly egregious kinds of things are provider fraud that the state may have not acted on particularly quickly. And there's some issues with guardrails and programs. I mean, I think all of us want to see services continue, social services continue in our communities, and there has to be guardrails. I mean, the legislature, the administrations, they all have to do that. So that particular report may have been about some of the deficiencies within the state and not us, which is, I really want to make sure people get that. That doesn't diminish the concepts that were in there, the pieces about making sure that we are not letting compassion get in the way with also going after bad actors. That's important, so thank you.
Commissioner Persky, did you have anything?
No, I'm good. I do appreciate the investigation that's going on. Of course, you know, just with rocketing prices for housing, groceries, just daily living, to me, there's quite a difference if there's a little bit of fraud. Let's say the person that's at $30,000 to $40,000 a year and just not making it anymore, than the person that's at 140,000 or 240,000 trying to go after the same dollars. So we got to be mindful to make sure we're getting people's needs met. But again, got to have those guardrails to keep it so that those that don't deserve it shouldn't be taking it.
Thank you. All right, no further questions. Thank you guys for the presentation. And as Commissioner Bertram said, if you can, forward us the slideshow, that would be awesome.
I will. You're
All
welcome.
right, thank you. Is the board good with going through environmental services before break? Okay. All right, next up is environmental services. Morning, Shelley and Emily.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Shelley Benson, Environmental Services Director. Emily Forboard is with me to go through the agenda item, and it is an amendment to the Sauk River Watershed Comprehensive Watershed Management Plan. So I will let Emily discuss with you what that all means.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. Yeah, I am here to consider the adoption for the resolution for the minor amendment to the Sauk River Watershed Comprehensive Watershed Management Plan. They are looking to include a feasibility study in the plan to remove the Cold Spring Dam and replace that with a rock arch rapids.
Okay, and just for clarification, at the Sauk River Watershed meeting last Tuesday, they did approve the changing of the plan.
Correct.
So yeah, so basically and this will be for doing the feasibility study portion and not necessarily the construction of the project. I think there was conversation with DNR and stuff like that by doing the feasibility study, they're hoping that maybe they can get rid of the dam and do the rock arch rapids project. So other than that, it was pretty straightforward. So I don't know if anybody has any questions, otherwise be looking for a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I'll second that motion.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Johnson. Commissioner Bertram, any further discussion?
There's been a lot of talk about this, obviously, with the water levels on the chain of lakes and everything else. So I'm not sure if all the players are, know that this is going forward, but certainly I'll share with the folks that have been talking to me about it. And I think this is a good thing.
Yeah, one of the comments was, is there enough distance to make this rock arch rapid work versus replacing the dam? And that's what the feasibility study is going to help determine is if they can make this happen. So, and I do believe some of the lake associations, have been involved or informed that this is what they're looking at doing. So we have a motion and a second. No further discussion. All those in favor of the resolution signify by saying aye. Oh, wait, we got to do roll call.
Commissioner Clark,
Aye.
Commissioner Persky,
Aye.
okay, Commissioner Bertram,
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson,
Aye.
Commissioner Notch.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay, motion carries.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
You did ask a question related to the public airports earlier, and according to MnDOT, public airports in Minnesota are mandated to establish zoning, and the statute related to that is 360.063. So they are mandated when they are public airports.
Oh, okay. Well, that's good to know. So did this one just reach a level of moving up?
They
or-
have had a zoning board. It's just been, like many zoning boards, are very inactive because there's not a lot happening.
Okay.
In Sauk Center, the one, they had to make some amendments so it became more active again. But they didn't even know who was on their zoning board, so it had to go through a process to reestablish membership, and I think that's kind of what's happening here.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for the update.
Sure.
You guys want to take a break now? Okay, we will take a 5-minute break.
Thank you, Emily.
Oh,
Yes.
that's all right.
Our earlier meeting.
Well,
Everyone wants a good zoning airport story, right?
Back. Next up is Property Services. Good morning.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. Yeah, I think the PowerPoint should be coming up here shortly, but this year, we heard this on the radio the other day, and it was kind of almost. I told Kirby on the radio that we could have just repeated the previous year's recording from when we talked, but yeah, it's very similar to last year, and we'll kind of go through it here. As usual, we talk about property assessment work that was completed, quintile inspections, market condition trends, sales activity and ratios, value changes, and then new construction. These are all based on Stearns County alone and do not include the city of St. Cloud because they have their own assessor's office. So we'll handle our end of it, I guess, and they can do theirs. We started our work last April. Our quintile numbers, which is our 5-year inspections, we go out yearly and look at properties each year. We're always in that upper 90% range. Our staff does a great job getting out and looking at properties. And our valuations were completed the last week of February, which is also similar to last year. Minimal, overtime or comp time was needed, and notices of valuation and classification were planned to be mailed on March 13th, which most people should have got in the mail already. There's a few, I guess, that some thicker envelopes for some multi-parcel properties take a little bit longer to get. So if they haven't received those yet, they will be coming shortly. Other than that, we can kind of jump into the numbers for this year. So. Our market condition trends, which is what we look at, the Department of Revenue does a good job with their numbers. They do kind of a regression analysis on the numbers over a 21-month time frame. And they get us some numbers. And this year, our only trends that we had were for residential properties. We didn't have any trends on commercial, agricultural, apartment, industrial, any of those. So. And as you look at the numbers, you can see we're right around that, mid 3% range, kind of similar to a couple years ago. Nothing like back in 21 when we were, 16 to 20%. So things have really flattened out since those days. You might see the NA for the on water. That's just, there's not enough statistical analysis significance there to have a trend. So we kind of run the same trend that we do for the off water. It doesn't mean that values aren't increasing. It's just that the Department of Revenue doesn't have the analysis isn't there for it. So, we're that 3%, it gives us a guideline of what we need to do to adjust this year. So, as we go forward, we can look at sales. So ECRVs, electronic certificates of real estate value, we're down this year. Our total sales are at 1850. The previous year was 1925. Kind of more similar to the 23 numbers at 1800, but quite a bit different than back in 21 when we were at 2647. So our staff does a good job of verifying all the commercial, industrial, and apartment sales. We call in all of those sales as well as agricultural sales. And then any residential sales that are out of the norm, it's some sales are, have some things going on with them. Maybe they're a relative sale, or maybe a neighbor was approached about buying a parcel, or an auction sale maybe. We're going to call on those and just make sure that they're a good sale. If not, we'll have a reject code that we put on it, and it gets sent to the Department of Revenue, and they do an analysis on their end as well. So kind of a multi-step. The submitter first of all puts their data into the certificate. Then our appraisers get to look at it. They do their analysis on it. Then Randy and I look at it, and we go from there. So, and eventually it goes on to the state, and they have their chance to look at it. So it has a lot of eyes on it, before it actually gets considered a good or bad sale. So as we're moving on from there, and these numbers are kind of hard to read and small, so we might not jump in here too much, but we had 11 apartment sales. We're at about a 90% ratio on those. That was up a little bit over the 7 from the previous year. Commercial, we're at 22, which was a big drop from the 44 the previous year. But the year before that, we're at 26. So, kind of similar to that. Industrial, we don't have a lot of industrial sales each year, so we only had 2. Our seasonal and residential sales, we were at 975, which was actually up from the 918 the previous year. And it kind of goes from there. Our rural vacant and ag and ag improved are all kind of in that same range too, right around 90%, 92% on our ratios on those. So we can jump into the apartments then. Our values we changed approximately 2 to 7%. Those are typical. Not many increased 10% or more. We had a decent amount of new construction this year. We were up, was about 60%. 60% over the previous year. You might have seen some new ones going up over in St. Joe and elsewhere. So, which helps drive value increases. Going into commercial, we had a bigger change in commercial this year than we have in past years. So we're in that 5 to 12% range were common increases. About 10% on average across the board. Eastern Stearns maybe a little bit less than the central part of the county. It seemed like the small town stuff was selling a little bit higher than we had in the past, and so that kind of drove our value increases, whereas the eastern stuff was a little less. I don't know if you have any thoughts on that, Randy, but.
No, you nailed it, yep.
And then we jump into the seasonal rec and residential. So this is, your standard housing. We saw, it's 975 sales versus 918. So our overall sales were down, but yet the residential sales count was up this year, which is a little bit surprising. Our ratios were right around 93%. And if you looked at that trend number before, which was about 3.5%, it kind of fits where we're trying to get into that mid 90s to, mid to upper 90s% with our ratios once we change values. So overall, we're in that 0 to 5% range is the most common change that we saw in the residential market. And obviously, we have a big county. It stretches from, east to west. It's, 50 miles across, so it's it varies quite a bit from the ag side all the way over to the St. Cloud's, Sartell area. So, just a big difference there. So it depends, whoever's looking at the numbers. We have sales out on our website. People can look at those as well. So you can see what's going on in your neighborhood. We put good and bad sales out there so everybody can see what's going on just for, transparency's sake. And, it helps us a lot too when we're talking to customers on the phone. We might be able to say, hey, pull up your neighborhood on there and look at it. And then if they have more questions, they can call us back, which a lot of times it alleviates itself once they're able to see what we're talking about and the reasons we did the changes that we have. So I think Randy, sorry, I forgot to introduce Randy earlier. Randy, our assistant assessor here.
Thank you.
He's going to talk about our bare land and egg markets a little bit.
Yeah, starting out, so this area is probably our most consistently high demand property type. It's our smaller acreage parcels. We break it down as 34.5 acres just because the state breaks it at that level. Otherwise, beyond that, they consider it an agricultural sale or rural vacant land. So the demand for that seems to be mostly in residential use, seasonal hunting and hobby uses, and primarily from maybe central Stearns County to the east part, not so much on the west, but and as due to the lakes and the cities in those areas, we seem to see more growth in those areas. And then also the prices are continuing to increase into the next study as well. And then on to the next slide is our agricultural rural vacant land. So it would be the greater than 34.5 acres. We're continuing to see values go up on both productive land, as a tillable, pasture meadow, and also on non-productive land. So your hunting ground or whatever. Even despite the low commodity prices, milk prices, higher interest rates, there just seems to be a lack of supply, and it keeps the demand up for those types of properties. So we only had 40 qualified sales this year, and that's down considerably from the 66 we had in 2021. The market condition still seems to be strong demand, low supply. We're starting to see investors starting to purchase farmland, which I think is part of the reason the price is kind of hanging in there too, is other markets they might be speculating on, or we've seen the decreases in those, so they're buying more farmland. And that's across the country, not just in our county, but we do see it here as well. The median sales ratio was just under 90%, so the average increase was about 5.5% this year. And our average tillable value is up to about $7,600 per acre now.
Do you want to talk about the 34.5 acre, what the reason is for that, for people that may not know?
Sure, yeah, so the Department of Revenue breaks down for everything over 34.5 acres goes into a certain property type that has its own sales ratio study. Anything below that, there's not actually a study on. They're talking about maybe adding a ratio study to compare that, but there's not a lot of properties that sell in that size, so that's why they break it at 34.5 acres. They considered a parcel large enough where it would fit into an egg study is basically the,
More true egg.
yeah, where they kind of break it there, so. The next slide gets into the market value change overall. We did have a 5% change in market value this year. Similar to last year, but the year before we had a 6% change. So just to give you kind of some understanding of how that's changed over the last 3 years. The overall growth was just over $1 billion this year. And then the next slide shows our new construction that we had. You can see new construction was up a sizable amount this year. Made up approximately 22% of our overall change. So a good amount of new construction. And Jake touched on the apartments had our largest new construction change, around 60%. Residential was around, that was flat. And then apartments are the commercial industrial also was pretty flat this year as well. So primarily apartments and the residential. So the next slide here shows the number of home starts this year. You can see the numbers down a decent amount from last year, but similar to the 2 prior years. And even though the number of home starts was down, the new construction was still up 15%. So, you know, we had some bigger homes that were put up this past year, and then also just a lot of remodels and that kind of thing this year. So
I think mortgage rates helped. I think they're about 0.5% down from where they were last year at this time. And then lumber prices too, if you look at the lumber futures, they've been holding, you know, there was a big spike in around 2022, but they've dropped back down to kind of in the $500 to $600 per 1,000 board feet. And they've floated there for the last few years now. So I know people talk about lumber prices and things like that, but they seem to be holding, you know, as far as the futures go, whether or not they get marked up more at, you know, the big box stores, but that's a different story. But, you know, the market itself is holding pretty flat there. So I think the combination of that holding flat and then the interest rates coming down a little bit again are holding our numbers up. So, which is good to see. Other than that, yeah, that was it.
I was going to mention the taxable market value grew at a similar percentage, around that 5%. So I know that's always something that you guys like to know. So.
Okay, thanks for that. So is, you know, when you mentioned the market value is up over $1 billion, is that the first time that's been that high?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, similar percentage, but dollar-wise, yeah, just
Right.
it's, you know, compounding.
Growing, yep.
Commissioner Bertram?
Mr. Chairman, Jake, for your purposes, I haven't stepped it off, but I always say 65 miles by 65 miles.
You know,
So
I heard
they
you
can
say
prove me
that. I
wrong.
heard you say that the other day, and I went and measured it, and it was, I
Do you
think,
know,
50.
Steve?
It's 50 something, I think.
It's 50 something
We should
across.
get that verified. Somebody
Yeah, we
should know
should, we
that,
should.
But I always say 65 by 65.
I'll talk to Dan Schmitz and have him get the exact
I
numbers
would
for
be
us.
curious. I think we'd all be curious. But Mr. Chairman, you know, people obviously most often ask question is, well, what can we do to keep our taxes down? And I always say the best thing you can do is encourage your neighbors not to sell their property, you know, for 40% more than what it's worth. I mean, when you start seeing farm sales at $12,000 and lake property, you know, going for 150, 200,000 beyond what they thought they'd get, well, that all just, you know, it's based on sales ratio. And, you know, my dad bought land in 1967, 120 acres for $295 an acre. And of course, what they're selling it for now today. And the people I feel sorry for are the people that had a lake cabin in their family for 2-3 generations. They don't want to sell it.
Right.
You know, they have land in the family 5 generations. They're not looking to sell. And yet the value, because of people that are selling, jerks that up. My grandfather said when I was young, there'll come a day that people will be taxed off their land. And he wasn't that far off. For those people that, you know, have this small cabin that suddenly now it's valued at some exorbitant amount that they can't afford to pay the taxes anymore. And so, but that's not our fault. That's a societal reality, and that's what we're basing this all on.
Right, exactly. And I think, what do they say? When a farm sells, it's a lot of times once in a generation chance to buy that land or that farm. So people are pushing all their chips in the middle for stuff like that right now, so,
And that just makes it worse for everybody else.
yep.
Yeah. Commissioner Johnson?
Thanks, gentlemen, for the presentation. Just a couple of things. When you talked about rent, apartments going up as much as 10% versus the 2 to 7% for some, is that a function not only of higher occupancy, which you suggested, but also the dramatic need for housing? And that causes me to think about the city of St. Cloud, which I think is excluded from this, right?
Right.
St. Cloud's excluded, but 52% of the people in St. Cloud live in apartments, and so they must be experiencing this perhaps to even a greater degree?
It's hard to say without looking at their numbers over there, but I think Aethor would be able to answer that pretty easily for you if you wanted to call him. But usually it's fairly similar with what our side sees. You know, if you look at Waite Park or Sartell or St. Joe, it's going to be somewhat similar to St. Cloud, but it can vary greatly. And they had a lot of student housing over there that's transitioning over. And maybe some more low-income housing as well. So it really depends on rents and occupancies overall. So the 10%, I think we maybe had 1 or 2 that went up that much, and just that's some changes that we maybe picked up when we were out there, or rent changes that happened. So overall, it was closer to 5% for most of them.
Okay. Yeah, given the affordability crisis in many areas, it's
Right.
an issue. When you spoke about farmland being purchased by corporations, investors, whomever, is that contiguous to cities, or is it way out there somewhere? Are they speculating on the future of farming, or are they thinking they're going to build apartment complexes?
No, it's
Does that
just
make any sense?
Yes, it does. Yeah. No, it's out in the country. It's not speculative for investment or development, that kind of thing. It's more just holding it for how much land is appreciating for many, many years. So.
Okay, because we want to shore up farming in Stearns County, and at the same time, we want urbanization to continue a little bit and not spread quite so much into agricultural land. Yeah, okay, thank you. That's helpful.
Okay, thanks. Anyone else have anything? Otherwise, thanks, Jake and Randy, for the report.
No problem.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
One quick question though, Jake. On that one slide where you had the commercial, the one that was at 89%? Where you had the chart of all the different sales type. Now, is that below the 90% requirement? Is that?
Yeah, so whatever those percentages are at, typically we're going to have to push our values to get closer to 95 or a little over 95%. So
Yeah, okay. Yeah, because I think there was 2 categories. One that was like 83%, and then there was
commercial was at 83, and I think there was an agricultural one that was at 89.
That's our starting ratio, so that kind of gives an indication of how much we have to move with the value.
Okay, so those are the ones that kind of get a little higher bump
Exactly.
to get in compliance.
You got it.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next up, Auditor Treasurer, Randy.
Yeah, so we're going to have a little election update, and with me today I have Laura Laudenbach, the Election and License Center Director, and Roxanne Garrett, the Election Supervisor. As our presentation comes up, so we're going to go over a number of things, including the calendar, some election law updates, the more significant ones. And then we've been getting questions, and you've probably heard about voter registration, and so we're going to go over that a little bit. Touch on community outreach and where we have absentee balloting, and then certainly if there's other questions, we'll take those too. So I'm not sure where the presentation is yet. I'm being told they don't have it back there, but
We all have it.
you have it on there.
We have it on our,
Yeah.
Right.
Sorry, we did not receive a presentation. We'll see tonight.
Okay, we
It's
can,
on the agenda.
If you show
It's on the
mine,
agenda.
you show my,
Oh, we didn't go on the agenda to say, okay. We don't say, okay.
that's our high-tech communication there. Over the door
Backstage
hologram.
stuff. Backstage is the most important part of a presentation.
Whatever it
so
takes to
I'll
make
just
it
kind of,
work.
if you want to look at what you have, and then eventually when it comes up, we'll transition. So 2026, of course, we have the March township election that already happened. We have 26 of our townships that still have a March election. The primary is August 11th, with absentee balloting voting, or voting beginning June 26th. Then, of course, the general election is November 3rd, and the absentee balloting for that begins September 18th. And then the election calendar is relatively busy. I'm not going to go through it all, but that's in your presentation to look at, and certainly the planning and preparation for the election is well underway. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Laura.
All right. Good morning, Mr. Chair
morning.
and Commissioners. Laura Laudenbach, like Brandy said, Director of Elections and License Centers. For the uniform election dates for this year, we are already kind of past when we could have an election in May, so they would have had to give us notice by February 17th. So our elections this year, unless something comes up with the governor's office or something, but would be the primary on August 11th and the November 3rd for the general, like Randy was talking about. I'm going to actually go through a couple of the election law updates. We had several in 2025, but we're just going to give you an overview of the ones that affect the public the most. The first one, the election judge oath was updated so that when they take the oath on election day or during absentee, it adds new language that they cannot share false information about voting or interfere or prevent somebody from voting. Second, the Voters' Bill of Rights was updated. That was more of a language change, but they also removed the ban on candidates assisting voters. Late filing period for local candidates was updated. Typically, that filing date ended on the primary, which was a lot of work for when you're administrating an election and then also taking candidate filings on the same day. So they moved that up a little bit. It used to be 98 days before the election, and now it's 112.
Say, Laura, before you go to the next slide, can you explain that, removing that ban on candidates assisting voters?
Yep, so previously, and actually this was a change a couple of years ago where at one point a candidate or a candidate's spouse could not assist a voter in marking a ballot, or just if a voter needed assistance, there was a restriction on who could help a person vote, and a candidate couldn't before, but now they can. It's still, I think the union rep, I think is one of them, and that is still banned from assisting agent or agent of the voter's employer, still cannot assist a voter. But otherwise, there is no limit on assisting voters.
Okay.
Mr.
Yes, Commissioner Clark.
Any other
Would it
questions?
be fair to say it's just not a very good look?
Yeah.
Even if there's nothing wrong, so perhaps candidates should maybe not do that?
Yeah, I think it is something that's watched in the polling place, and if we see any abuses, those are dealt with, and that was certainly part of our training we didn't like the change, but it is a law, so we have to follow it.
So they can assist any voter?
Well, the voter has to want to be assisted.
Okay.
So that's where it starts. with
So
the
basically,
voter.
they can't hang out at the polling place and if somebody needs assistance, they can.
Ooh, no, we don't want, no, they
Okay,
can
well,
come
that's what I'm
in, you know.
wondering. It just
Yeah.
seems like this could be
So
an
that, and that
issue.
was an issue we had to deal with, right, is they can't hang out in the polling place. They need to, if they're there to assist somebody, they can assist, and then they need to leave. So,
Gotcha.
Yep.
Okay, thanks.
Another just minor campaign finance report. You now are required to have an email address listed on there. The online absentee ballot application, now a voter must put in their driver's license number and the last four of their social security number. That's required for all online applications. On a paper application, it's still the same, one or the other, but online, if you apply, you need to have both listed. There was, a couple years ago, Minnesota implemented permanent absentee. Originally, that checkbox was on a voter registration form They removed that, just, it was confusing to people, so now they put it directly on the absentee ballot application, where a person can check to permanently receive a ballot for any election. An absentee application and sample ballot distribution. We've seen quite a bit of this already this year. It has to be very marked that it is not from a government entity or the state of Minnesota, so that they have to have disclaimer language on there, on the application sample ballots or envelopes so people know that it's not coming from our office, it's coming from a third-party vendor. The county, every county office in Minnesota needs to have a chain of custody plan in place by June 1st. We are in the process of working on this. This isn't really something new for us. We've always had chain of custody documents, but now it'll just go into a specified plan, similar to an emergency plan that the county has. And the last update is in 2026. Early voting will go into effect. We already do direct voting in Stearns County, so it isn't a big change for us, but the biggest change is the application process. The voter that comes in to do early voting 18 days before an election will sign an oath, but it won't be necessarily an application for the ballot at that time. So it'll just be a little bit more similar to election day voting than it was in the past. So.
All right, going to move on to voter registration. For voters who pre-register, which is 21 days before the election, that will ensure that their name is on the roster when they go in to vote on election day. And register to vote, you can either do it online through the Secretary of State's office or through a paper application. In order to do it online, like Laura had mentioned, they go to the minvotes.org, and in order to register, I think that was the application, they do need to fill out the voter registration application. They can put in their driver's license or their last four of their Social Security. Now on election day, they can also register at the polling place or during early voting. If they register on election day, they must provide a photo ID and an approved proof of residence. Now, if their driver's license has their current address on there, that is all they would need. If they come in with a driver's license that does not have their current address, they can use their driver's license as to show who they are, but then they would need a proof of residence document, which could be a utility bill, which is the most common. They could have a lease statement, a rental statement, showing where their address is.
So Roxanne,
Yeah.
so do they have like the card swipe thing where you swipe the driver's license through, or you just physically look at it to verify? Like
In order to register, they need to actually view that. Now, they can take a picture of that or
I didn't know if they
slide
had a
it.
swipe machine when they got there to
Yeah.
register. You just swipe the driver's license, kind of like a real ID.
If it's a current address, I think it would populate that, but otherwise they would just have to go through the screens on the e-poll book and fill out their current address and that. But I think if they scan their driver's license, it will pre-fill some, but not everything.
Okay.
As far as the voter registration verification, one of the verifications is they take the oath of eligibility. The voter swears that they're eligible to vote. The voter signature acknowledges if there's any felony penalty or falsifying information. So it is possible for if they falsify their information that it is a penalty, felony penalty. The database checks, so anytime someone registers to vote, it starts at the state. It'll check it through the Department of Public Safety, through the driver's license, and then also the Social Security office. The voter data, it matches with the Department of Vehicle Services. lost my screen there. And if everything matches, then we send them out a postal verification card to confirm their address. So whenever someone registers and it's an exact match, the system will send out what we call a postal verification card. And if that comes back to our office, then we are required to challenge their record in the system. Again, all voter registrations are verified by the Secretary of State through the Driver and Vehicle Services or the Social Security Administration. What they look for is an exact match with the name, date of birth, the driver's license or their identification number, or the last 4 digits of their Social Security. That must match before being marked as verified. Records that cannot automatically be verified, what that means is an exact match for those different fields through the Social Security and the driver vehicles. Those are forwarded to our office for review. If the information cannot be verified, the voter's record is challenged, and then before being allowed to vote, the voter must answer questions under oath about their name, date of birth, and their ID numbers. Just as an example, so when we get those that we need to review in our queue, we look back at the stats for the last 3-4 years. So far this year, we've had 10 that we've had to verify in 2025, and we had 114, and that was for the year. Now, in an election year, it's obviously going to be larger because we have the state elections and our election day registrations and voter registration picks up. So in 2024, we had 829 for the whole year that we actually had to review at the county level. Otherwise, everything else is verified through the state.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Commissioner Bertrand.
2 questions on that. One, when you say under oath, I mean, like, are they literally sworn in the oath, or it's just by the signature? Not that it matters, but
yeah, there is an oath on the document that they sign, that they sign to. Yeah.
And then those 800 and some situations, or whatever you refer to it, how many of them were deemed to be non-voters, or they shouldn't have been voting?
If we couldn't, in our office, if we couldn't determine that it was a match, then we would challenge it in the system. Some of the things what we see in the queue is a typo. So for example, if they are registering online and they may have transposed their birth date, or on the driver's license number, if they transpose some numbers, we view the record that they entered against the motor vehicle. And if we can determine that it's a typo, we can go ahead and accept that. If we can't, then we challenge that. Another option for us to do is if they did provide the last 4 of their Social Security, we can force it to go through the Social Security background check.
And I think what I'm asking, Mr. Chairman, is, so how many people that were challenged at the end could not vote?
I don't have that number, how many we've actually challenged.
That ended up not being able to vote. My point in my question is, my suspicion is very low.
Very low, yes.
Compared to the number of people that are voting.
Correct.
And so the reason, again, that I ask that is because there is a very defined process that does weed out, what's going on. I mean, part of what makes me feel comfortable with our system here in Stearns County is Randy and you two. I don't think much gets by you, and it shouldn't. But are there things that are going on in other parts of the state, other parts of the country? Maybe, but what we can deal with what we've got here, and my confidence in that integrity, election integrity here is high. And there may be some discrepancies, but it's extremely minimal.
Exactly, yes.
Not enough to change an election.
No.
I mean, that's the goal. So,
correct, yeah. As far as address verification, voter addresses are confirmed by a non-forwardable postal verification card, like I mentioned before. Once they are registered, they are sent a card, and if that card doesn't reach them, it is returned to our office, and then that we are required to challenge them in the system. So if they would go into the polling place or come to vote absentee and there's a challenge on their record, we need to go through a process to verify that that is who they are and that is the address that they live at.
So just kind of, the voter registration list, of course, is very important, and there is a number of checks, and that was the purpose of this presentation, that if any of those checks, and that goes through a number of checks, don't come out accurate, then they're challenged, and before they can vote, then that challenge needs to be cleared. So it's a pretty thorough process, is I guess what we're trying to communicate here.
So if they walked into the polling place to vote, it's going to pop up as a challenge.
Yes.
So then at that point, they're not permitted to vote because they have to come back and.
It depends on the type of challenge that it is. The majority that we see of all the challenges is like CRD or verifying their address. We see very few felonies. We see very few guardianships. The main one is just to verify their address.
Okay.
We talked about the voter registration maintenance. There is a annual list that is done every year. So each year, an active registered voters who have not voted within the preceding 4 years or are moved to an inactive status. So, for example, one of the ways, if I haven't voted in the last 2 election cycles, my record would become inactive the next time the Secretary of State does their update on their voter rolls. And that is done in January, February of each year. I think it's more towards the end of January. But so that is one way that we keep our voter rolls clean. Another one is through the deaths. So any deceased voters are removed upon notification from the Minnesota Department of Health or the Social Security Administration office. So we get a weekly report that indicates all the deceased voters in Stearns County, and we go into the state voter registration system and mark them as deceased. Any felons, so records for those who have been convicted of felonies or are currently incarcerated are marked as challenged based upon the notice from the court system that we get or from the Department of Corrections.
So Roxanne, just the inactive status means they're not on the list anymore.
The inactive status, correct, means they are not on the list. So, and that is a little different from deceased. I think that is like a separate pool, a separate list, separate from the inactive list. So, because for those who have not voted in the last 4 years and they become inactive, the next time they go to vote, they'll have to re-register.
And Mr. Chairman, on the deaths, the last election, a deceased person, if you remember, got a ballot. Well, again, that's all based on timing.
Yes.
It's based on when the election is, when the person passed away, when the notification came to you, when the ballots were sent out, if it was a absentee ballot. So, and then it behooves the family, obviously, you know that your loved one passed away, no matter if they got the ballot or not, certainly that ballot should not be filled out or sent in.
So,
But there are, things can happen
yes.
based on timing.
So for example, when we talked about the pre-registration at 21 days, so after that, no one can, that's kind of our finalized roster for the e-poll books, and then we would send updates. But we still get the death records on a weekly basis, and if an absentee was sent out to someone and they had passed away, when we get that, we will mark it as deceased, but the system will also tell us that, hey, you have an accepted absentee for this voter. We would go and we're required to retrieve that from our accepted absentees. So, that is another situation that if someone passes away and and we have not processed that ballot yet. We do and go and pull that back. Revoked voting rights. The court system provides notice when voting rights of an individual under guardianships are revoked. So again, we see very few of those challenges. Address changes, records of voters who have moved are updated with data provided by the Postal Service, the Driver Vehicle Services, or we also share information between other states. We are part of what we call ERIC, and there are 25 states that actually share that information. So if someone from Minnesota would move to one of these states, and I think Arizona might be on the list, we would get that through our queue called ERIC. That is a nationwide change of address.
So that also means that if somebody tries to vote in 2 states, we would catch that.
Yeah.
Okay.
What about 2 counties, Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
You'd catch that too.
Yeah.
Voter information list, information on registered Minnesota voters, including their contact information and voting history, may be ordered for a fee from the Secretary of State. There are a few different lists out there. One is a walk-in list and includes the voter name, address, phone, the birth of year, summary of voting history for the past 6 years. There's also another one that they call detailed voting history for all elections. There's a little bit more information as far as it still has their name, their address, their phone, only the birth year, their voter ID, their registration, and then like the precinct that they're in, the school district that they're in, and then detailed voting history. We see those requests are really from candidates, I think, have requested those in the past, but you can only request those lists for certain situations. It is to do with election-related situations and also law enforcement. To place an order, they have to fill out a list through the Secretary of State, and again, can only be used for purposes related to elections, political activities, or law enforcement. Voter information request forms and payment must be submitted. It's through the Secretary of State, and voters may submit a written request to have data withheld. So, for example, if I did not want my name on the voter rolls, I could submit a form to the Secretary of State. So if someone came and requested that list, my name would not be on there. Moving to a little bit of community outreach, what we've done in the past, what we plan to do, again, going forward. We do radio broadcast. We do board presentations a few times a year. We've worked with organizations to get information out to the public. And then we also do our public notices. We are required to do certain public notices, but we also tend to do social media posts, press releases around voter registration, around absentee voting, things like that. So. Our absentee locations for 2026, these are the cities that are going to be part of the absentee locations. We'll have that at Stearns County Service Center for 46 days before the election, and St. Cloud City Hall. If you remember, in 2024, it was actually at the Lake George Municipal Complex. That location has moved back to City Hall for 2026.
Commissioner Clark?
You may be getting to this later. That's great news. And under the City Hall, at some point, can you give us just a quick update on whether or not Benton and Sherburne residents of St. Cloud are going to be able to vote there now? Because I know you've been working on that.
Yeah, so we did have a meeting. Sherburne and Benton are considering that. I don't know that I'm real hopeful, but we did have Senator Polgamont and Representative Wolgamott there, Senator Putnam, excuse me, and Wolgamott And they expressed their desire to have that done. And it was a good conversation. I'm not sure if it'll happen this year, but I think it'll be strongly considered for future years.
Mr. Chair, I know firsthand from residents, that's a very important thing to them, and you all have worked hard in the past on that. It's unfortunate it changed, and hopefully
Yeah, you know,
that will
it's,
get back to the way
we
took
work
forever
with,
to make happen.
yeah, you know, we work with the city, and the city's a great partner. They do a really good job, and we work with them on hiring everything. And so it's not a big lift for the other counties to join in, I'll say that, because everything's really done. All they have to do is provide some machinery, and, you know, it's, the payment is based on how many voters you have. So, you know, it's their choice, though, right? So.
Right, and for the public, that means if you happen to live in southeast St. Cloud, for example, St. Benedict Center, or the buildings around there, you'd have to go to Elk River to do what you could
Yeah.
otherwise do in St. Cloud if you lived across the river, and or you'd have to go to Foley if you lived at one of those. So it is an inconvenience for folks. It's too bad. Thanks.
So for Stearns County, I'll let Laura and Roxanne mention the change on this list, but we of course try to get locations that's available for people to vote, you know, absentee for all our different ballot types, right? And we've always had Melrose, and they've been a very good partner. So as we're trying to expand that, we do have an announcement. So
We do, yes. So these cities are going to have early voting 7 days before the election. Like Randy had mentioned, Melrose City is going to host all of the ballots for Stearns County. Cold Spring City Hall, actually, they are in a remodel, so they are going to, and we had these slides done before some of these, we found out some of this information. But Cold Spring City Hall is going to move to the school for their early voting. Painesville City Hall, we reached out to them, and Laura and I were out there yesterday. They have agreed to host all of Stearns County ballots for the early voting. And then we'll have Sartell City, Sauk Center City, St. Augusta, and St. Joseph. So we do have a few, now St. Augusta, we're going to go out and meet with them. We have a few of our direct voting or early voting locations that have new city clerks since the last election. So Laura and I are meeting with those city clerks just to kind of, you know, get them trained and kind of how that is going to look in their locations for 2026.
So yeah, so Painesville now will have, instead of just their own ballots for the city, they'll have all of them will be available for the 7 days before the election.
Yeah. And with that, I think we're ready for questions.
Commissioner Johnson.
Mr. Chair, thank you. Thank you both for your presentation. You talked about press release. Press these days is somewhat limited. Are you really talking about a media release?
Yeah.
Okay, so it would include radio. We don't have TV around here, but
Right, we work with administration on, it goes to the papers and to the radio stations, yes.
Sure.
And social media.
Social
Yes.
media. Okay, so it's complete.
Yes. Yeah.
Good, thanks. How, when it's time to vote, how are the locations of polling places determined? I mean, I realize they're by precinct and whatnot, but who chooses the actual sites? How does that happen?
Each municipality chooses their own location.
Okay, so the
their
city
polling
of St. Cloud would decide where that would be?
Correct, yes.
Okay. Are facilities reimbursed for having a polling place?
They work with the municipality. Now, I think in St. Cloud, I believe there are some type of reimbursement, but I'm not real sure on that. I know when we had our special election, there were a couple that we did give them, they did charge us a fee for the use of their building.
And generally, are polling places determined so that there's good access for everyone in that precinct or that area?
Yes, there is a requirement for polling places to be ADA compliant and have a good flow of the polling.
And distance?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay, thanks. Appreciate it.
Commissioner Persky, did you have something?
Yes, first of all, I want to applaud you folks for the job you're doing and you've done in the past. and also very much in line with Commissioner Bertram's comments about our confidence in you and the job that Stearns County does. So yeah, this is an outstanding presentation, and I'm just wondering with the number that we do have of naysayers that have questions and wondering about the process, and that is actually if we could just maybe even have a link with voter information presented to the board March 24th, so that people have questions for us. We could say, you know, if you want to view a video on the process and questions about that, it's on the website.
Yeah, that would
We could do that.
probably be
Sure.
nice on that front page, you know, when you click on the web page, that it would show up there. Yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
Good idea.
It is.
Yeah, and again, you know, thanks. I think I can speak for myself, and maybe for all of us, that I think we all have a lot of confidence in how Stearns County elections, the process, and how things are done, and that we're doing everything possible to make sure the people who can vote are voting.
And shout out to our staff. I mean,
Yeah.
we couldn't do it without them. So.
It's a busy couple of days.
Yeah, and we have a lot of great election judges and clerks out there too, so you know, always thank them as you see them, right?
Commissioner Bertram?
Mr. Chairman, we maybe should make it clear to Commissioner Persky, you will not be able to vote in Turkey. That's not going to be a polling place. We don't want to disappoint you.
All right. Well, thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, our next item, we're back to administration, looking at the upcoming county administrator position vacancy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, you have 5 items under administration today, the first of which is the county administrator recruitment process. And I can tell you that my intention with what I think was a fairly lengthy retirement notice was to allow time for a smooth transition, which includes efforts to minimize your time without a county administrator. And you'll see what we've done here. We've moved, I think, without delay to prepare a process that we think will serve you well. It's quite similar to the process that you went through 10 years ago. So there's 5 documents in front of you that were emailed to you late yesterday that we want to run through. And I'll spend a little time on the first one there, and we'll spend most of the time, I think, on the timeline. That is the second document. And then there's a job description. There's a draft beginning of the advertisement and the profile.
Did you get it?
And there's,
Yeah.
are we missing something?
Well, it would have been nice to get this out a
I thought the documents were in
little
front of
sooner
you.
than
I thought the documents
later,
were in
but-
front of you this morning, so.
Thanks, Sharon.
There's a draft advertisement and profile, and then there's a document that's questions for the board and the leadership team that Mr. Unmach, if all this is approved by the board, that he would solicit your answers to those questions that helps him build the profile. In other words, what you want to see in qualities in a new administrator, and then priorities for the county for the coming year. And so that's for you to help build that profile, and so that candidates can see what's desired. So on the first document there, you can see that we, I think, quickly considered options of how you would conduct the recruitment. You know, you can hire a search firm, an executive search firm. That would be, I think, much more costly than what we're proposing here, and it would take more time because you'd have to go through a selection process to find that firm. You could do it entirely internal, which would work. And the example that we've done here is with the county engineer process, where we did it pretty much all in-house, although I will say we did bring someone in from the outside for the interview process, that, you know, our district engineer. But I think where we've landed for you and how you did this in the past was a process that would be conducted in a hybrid format, which will have our HR department conduct much of process, but then have a consultant come in and help with the process. And the consultant that we've chose is Dave Unmach, who you are all familiar with, the leadership team is familiar with, He has considerable experience as a county administrator. He has experience with city government, and maybe most importantly, has conducted a number of searches when he was with Springstead. So that's part of his duties when he was with Springstead. So I think that you'll get a really high value at somewhat of a minimal cost in that outside help with the process. And there's a cost estimate included in there to give you a feel for what it would cost to use a search firm and what it would be to use this hybrid model. And so what Mr. Unmock would do is he would help build the profile, would interact with you, interact with the leadership team, and be able to pull together those qualities that are most important to you and ascertain what priorities and goals and projects that the county is facing in the near future, so that those can be included in the advertisement and the profile, and they can be keyed in on the on the interview process as well. And it's also thought that Mr. Umnock would be a part of the selection process as well. So he would have access to all the applicants and help whittle the field down to that the initial interviews and then finally the interviews before the whole county board. So that would be really the role of the outside consultant. And then you can see here on at the bottom there all the areas that HR would advertise in. And I think you'll have probably your best advertisement is going to be word of mouth in the state of Minnesota. But I think if you get advertisement out there, you certainly could get some applicants from outside of Minnesota as well. So the other documents there again there's a job description, there's a draft of the ad and the profile, which needs to kind of wait until Mr. Onmock would finish his process to be concluded, although I would argue that he could probably do it without interviews right now because he took us through the strategic planning process. He's interacted with all of you on a number of occasions, but nevertheless, he would want to go through that process, and he already has at least one date identified that he would conduct some of those interviews. And I think I'll have Jennifer and Sharon run through the timeline, which includes more than timeline. It'll really help outline the process that's being suggested here.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Sharon will walk through our Assistant Director, the County Administrative Recruitment Milestones. Again, that's a draft form, and if there's changes needed, certainly willing to take those. So I'll turn that over to Sharon. Again, that is the green model here that we're talking about here. We'll walk through that.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, good morning. So you have the 2026 County Administrator Recruitment Milestones draft in front of you. We've numbered them, each of the milestones, and first one we're looking for today is to get your board authorization on the direction of the recruitment model that Mike had just gone over. Next, we would prepare the posting materials and launch the multi-source recruitment. We'd be looking at doing that a week from Friday, April 3rd. And as Mike talked about, the commission and leadership discussions with the consultant, and those would be generated by the handout that you have, the phase 1 executive recruitment of county administrator, those questions that would generate those conversations, and we're looking at doing those Wednesday, April 8th. We would close the posting on Monday, May 4th, so that would be about a month-long posting process. With partnership with the consultant, Mr. Unmock, HR would do the applicant screening the week of May 5th through the 8th, and then we'd look to do the initial screening interviews, which would include our board chair, our vice chair, our consultant, Mr. Unmock, and then HR. And this was a similar model, as Mike indicated too, that we had done for his recruitment. Following those initial screening interviews, the interview panel would determine advancing candidates to the full county board interviews, and we'd be looking at making that decision by Friday, May 22nd, and then inviting those finalists to the full county board interview and leadership interviews by that Friday, May 22nd.
As part of the process too, we would invite our finalists to do a McAllister testing. That's a leadership assessment that we've had our leaders participate in. So we would do a post call with the consultant that we've been working with. Actually, since about 2015, we've worked with Norma DeLorenzo from McAllister. So we'd set up that pre-call, and again, that would be with the chair and the vice chair, Mr. Unmuck and HR for that pre-call. Then following that call, we would send final candidates for the leadership assessment, making some pre-scheduled appointments so we could make sure we have those time blocks the week of June 1st through the 5th. And then running concurrently with those leadership assessments, we would be doing background checks so that we could keep the process moving. Then the finalists would be identified, and then we would do the full county board leadership team, consultant and HR interviews the week of June 8th through the 12th. And then we'd look to final board direction on finalists and direct staff to develop and make a job offer, estimated, June 12th. And so we're looking at an estimated start date, somewhere between that August-September timeframe. And of course, we'd want to negotiate that with the final successful applicant and make those appointments as that would allow with the candidate too, knowing that they'd probably need to give some type of a notice, usually around that 60 days we would anticipate.
So under your the number 3 there, so it says commission and leadership. Who's leadership?
Leadership team.
Who is all that?
Well,
It'd be all of our department heads, including Kevin, including Aaron Haushauer. So all of our department directors, electeds, and Aaron and Kevin Corning.
Were you going to say something, Mike?
Oh, I was just going to add a little detail to the, I guess it'd be item or step 6 there, 6 and 7. At that point, you would not need to consider candidates as finalists at that point. So the anonymity could be kept for the applicants at that point, which is often at that point important to the applicants as well. And so when you choose how many that you would interview and send them to the leadership assessment, which I would remind you is a very reliable assessment, and strongly encourage you to go through that process, I think at that point you would consider them as finalists, and they would become public at that point.
Correct, yes.
It's kind of interesting because it seems like the school boards now put the names out there, as who finalists are before they've even selected one, but. Okay. Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for all the work you've done in setting this up, folks. It seems aggressive to me. My own experience is 90 days notice before leaving a job. And I would think that people of these qualifications, this experience, may have to give significant notice, which you've already done, Mike. So it seems rather aggressive. It makes sense to have these preliminary discussions via Teams or email or Zoom or whatever the case may be. At what point or at what number of candidates do you require them to be here in person?
Can you repeat that again, the last part of it, Commissioner?
Well, if 25 people respond to your the ad, you're not going to be seeing all those people, but you're going to be interviewing some of them on Zoom or Teams or whatever the case may be, which is much different than being in person. I guess that's really my point. So at what point are you whittling down the number and then requiring people to be here in person because of the level of their candidacy?
So generally, that first round of screening interviews would be in person, as well as those final interviews. where there is some opportunity to consult via Teams or in person or by writing is the information to be presented to Mr. Unmock. That is on April 8th, knowing that not everybody may be available. So he had offered several opportunities there to get him the information on that 3-point questionnaire that he supplied. But generally, those pre-screening interviews, if we go back to Mike's recruitment, I want to say we brought in 9 candidates out of a pool of approximately 25.
You're talking about number 6?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, okay, so you really are
In
seeing
person.
people in person early
Yes.
on.
Yes.
Yes, very
So
early
That was
on.
really my point. I didn't know
Yes.
if you're going to do it there or
Yes.
later.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, Commissioner Johnson, you are correct. I mean, I think this is a pretty aggressive schedule right here, but I think, and everybody's going to have to be a little bit nimble because things can happen, of course, but you are correct. The estimated start date is totally kind of an estimate because you could have candidates that want to give, I think I provided 60 days when I came here to the city, which would not be an uncommon amount of notice time. So, and I do know that in some contracts with public administrators, they do have a 90-day notice. So I can't imagine having to go any further out than that, but you could be facing a 90-day notice from a successful candidate.
Well, and behind my question, if you're doing a national search, which it seems you might be if you're publishing somewhere where the groups, the ICMA would be a national publication, right, of the position. And this county's cool. I mean, I think people are going to want to do this job. So if you're doing a national search, I think the timing is really important because you have these people on the other end who also have schedules. As we bring people in, do we cover all the expenses when they come in?
In the past, we have not covered expenses if they're coming in via another state. We have not covered those expenses.
Okay.
We've accommodated where we've needed to, but we haven't paid for those expenses, Mr. Johnson, no.
Sure. If the timeline is extended, are we looking at an acting or interim administrator?
In the past, we have done what we call an out-of-class assignment. And in the past, that has gone to the assistant county administrator, if that would be the board's wishes at the current time. In consultation with Mr. Unmock, he said it's very typical when he worked for Springstead and other firms for a 30-day notification for a posting. He says it's very typical of that process. I believe he's recently worked with, I want to say it's Woodbury, Inver Grove Heights, Dakota County as well, most recently, as well as his interest in those. When he worked with Springstead, it was a 30-month posting. That's pretty typical. Going under that brings some speculation, but he did support a 1-month posting. We also did the same when the position was posted. When Mike applied, was a 30-day posting. It's pretty typical. Anything on the front or on the back end, if we want to expand those timelines, certainly could. But generally, a typical 1-month posting was collaborated with Mr. Unmock as well.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I think that at this position, the common practice would be if you're bringing somebody in from out of state would be to pay for their expenses.
Only on a final interview.
Yes.
Yeah.
Commissioner Bertram.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I have a whole wealth of, obviously, thoughts here. First of all, we got a lot of this yesterday afternoon, so the one thing that I'm going to be very adamant about is this is not something that we do fast or cheap. This is going to probably be the most important decision most of us commissioners are going to make during our terms. This is a very important position. We've got 1,000 employees, $212 million budget. We've got a lot of things going on that we've been working on behind the scenes. I think we really need to take a deep breath, absorb some of this, better define that process. But first and foremost, I adamantly believe that we need to go to a national search team. Not because we need the number of candidates, but because we really need an outside third-party view at this. Whenever I've made what I consider to be a major decision, even if I wasn't going to do something with someone, I still got their input because it's a kind of a 3-4-fold look at it. And I think, plus to eliminate any, I want whatever we do, I feel strongly that the board, it's got to come to the board, it's got to be unfiltered to the board, and not what we have kind of experienced in some of the things where we've been piecemealed in what we receive, when we receive it, how we receive it. And most of the structures that I saw, most of them had the residents on top, if you notice, then the Board of Commissioners, then the administrator. A couple of them just went straight to the Board of Commissioners. And you've heard me say that many times before. We don't run the county. The people run the county. Then it's the board. Then it's the administrator. So first and foremost, I really think, and we don't need that national search team so much for getting the number of candidates. As Commissioner Johnson said, we will be a draw for candidates. But to sort through the candidates, that's where that strength is going to come from. David did a good job. It's a three-legged stool with helping us do what we do. This is a whole different mission. Plus, with his insight and another firm's insight and our own insight, that gives it the 3-4 directional view on this that we can. I'm not concerned about when they start. We have a strong leadership team. We have a strong board. Again, this is an important hire, and I think we really, really need to take our time in doing this. And along the process, beyond that, I'll try to kind of break it into pieces, but seeing the applicants and having the applicants, being continuous posting that we can see them on a real time, that we know who's applying and what's going on, those kinds of things. That's a secondary process. But first and foremost, I think we need a national firm. And I think just to try to break through that, I'm going to make a motion that we consider retaining a national fee to lead this process, so we can kind of break down some of these discussions.
Can we get a second just to continue?
I'll second for the sake of discussion.
Okay. Commissioner Persky, did you have a comment?
Like Commissioner Johnson had mentioned, I would be a little bit concerned about being overly aggressive about this, and that for our timeline, we do want to treat this very, very seriously. It's about selecting the right candidate.
Okay,
Mr. Chair.
yeah, Commissioner Johnson.
I agree with a lot of what Commissioner Bertram said. I'm not so certain about the need for a national recruiting firm. My own experience is that internally we have lots of brain power, we have lots of experience. I think we can manage this with Mr. Unmach sort of leading the charge there and helping us stay in line. My experience with national firms is such that sometimes they were absolutely wonderful, and other times you paid them to look at your watch and tell you what time it is. It really depends on who they are. I don't know this group at all. I assume someone's had experience with them. Is that true?
The one we have recommended, there was David Drown and Associates. We've worked with David Drown. Tessa recently did a classification study, but they have other areas of discipline as well, supported by AMC. That's the David Drown and Associates. Keystone, I have not worked directly with them, but they also run national search firm recruitments as well. So I haven't worked directly with Keystone.
Are Drown and Associates in the Twin Cities?
Yeah, Southern Metro, yep.
Keystone's in the Metro as well?
They are in the metro, just not sure their actual location. They have probably multiple sites.
Okay, because it would make a difference too.
Commissioner Clark?
Thank you. Thank you for the work on this. It is aggressive, but it also seems reasonable with amounts of time for people. We need a decent amount of time for people to consider and hopefully have conversations before they'd apply. So a month, while not hugely long, does make sense. And if the group is unsatisfied with the applicants, it would seem like we can come back here. So that's one of the things I wanted to make sure. Agree with what everybody said about how important this is. I do believe the hybrid could work well, in part because of Mr. Omak's background and, as Commissioner Johnson just said, our internal ways of doing things. Maybe if we were starting from scratch, I might not agree with that. In terms of the outside firms, certainly have been, I agree with what Commissioner Johnson, what you just said about outside firms. DDA has been kind of a modified role in a couple of recent searches I've been involved with the entities, staff, and others doing the bulk of the work. That's worked well. I'm not sure that we got more value than we would out of Mr. Umak. So, I mean, as a matter of fact, he's probably bringing more to the table in terms of knowing things, but they've done a good job. I mean, they've certainly been helpful in that way. One of the questions I had was actually appreciated kind of that broader net in terms of qualifications or experience that somebody might come to, because we are such a large enterprise, because we are living in complex times, among other things. I'm a little concerned somebody who's only supervised, been a department head of a very small department in a very small place, like we could get a bunch of folks there. So I wasn't really sure how they might see the need, like when somebody's looking at themselves and they're considering this, they might not have enough to go to yet with this, maybe just a couple more words about what we're really looking at, because they're going to need to work with multiple department heads, other electeds, with the board, et cetera. And then lastly, the timeline on the back end, because you said probably August, September, that does seem like it gives the possibility for a 2 to 3 month change. I mean, a notice on the other end. So those were a few of my thoughts.
One question I have. So the county administrator, the position that was handed out, is that what was there in the past, or is this an updated version?
Mr. Chair, the job description has been updated and reviewed. HR has reviewed it. We've ran it past UNMOC, and Mike has also reviewed it as well. So it's been updated. Under the minimum qualifications, it does talk about supervising professional level staff. Yep. So there's some elements to that. And then whether we go with a national search firm, has been discussed, or with Dave too, what we learned from departments, because that's very important. What we learned from the board is very important. We'll solicit some of those pieces through that interview process, round 1, round 2, written assessments, those types of things to get at what the right, organizational fit is for the organization.
My opinion is, Dave's a great guy, and he's done a lot of good service for us for the last 6 months, 12 months. I wouldn't be opposed to maybe looking at a David Drone and Associates, just to have a different set of eyes possibly looking at this. I mean, this is a crucial decision. I mean, I was involved the last time, and I believe Rick Olson might have been the facilitator back then. And I know, a few of you haven't been on or haven't done this type of search. Commissioner Johnson's probably done it, in his previous jobs, but I just feel, in this case, I'm willing to spend a little more money just to get, and I'm not opposed to Dave Unmock being an additional consultant, but I really think we need to kind of take this out a little bit further. I mean, that's my opinion on the matter.
Mr. Chairman?
Commissioner Bertram.
We've only gotten this. I didn't even read the job description because I didn't have time. So I think, again, The board, in my opinion, has to be the final say on all of this. We can be led to it, but we really need to hone in on this. We need to have time to hone in on it because it will be our direct employee for everything that we do. So I'm not prepared to say that that's, you know, I didn't know either if it was updated, so I'm glad to hear that it's updated, but we certainly should give our input on that too. I would not be in favor of David Drown and Associates because I was not impressed, as I think others weren't, with their wage study. And I think, and plus, I think we should get, again, in my opinion, the worst mistake I made when I was on the city council, that we made as a council, was we didn't go to a search team. And it got to a point where the administrator was fired right during the council meeting. Thank God I wasn't there anymore. But that's how bad that was. So, what I think we need is more search firms with the expertise of not recruiting candidates, but how to sift through the candidates for what we need. Because again, our needs are very specific and different, if you want to call it that, without getting into a lot of detail. All the David stuff that we've been doing is how to hold hands and try to get along. That's totally different than picking an administrator. Certainly want his input, but that's a different course. That's a different, in my opinion. So there's got to be a lot more consulting firms, and if we can get some depth of background on those firms and maybe even interview them to some degree, I think would be helpful. So, and with that, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to ask Randy, who's been around here longer than anybody as a countywide elected official. I know that you have a lot of thoughts when you hear this talk, but this one I'd really like to have, I'd like to see what you'd say.
Yeah, so I don't know on what firms. I know David Drone, who you're going to be working with, is different than you worked with on the position grading. So I know that firm, and I think everybody in the room sees them at AMC. They're very connected to counties, but certainly you should look at different ones. Done 2 recruiting of executive directors on the MCIT board, and the concern that always happens at the end is the full board wanted to be more involved earlier than what it was. So I think looking at items 5 and 6 on your list, and consider how you want to handle that. I think the more you can get the full board involved earlier, the better. So.
And Mr. Chair, oh, sorry, go ahead.
What, I just wanted to remind, and first of all, nobody looked deeply into finding a search firm. Those were just examples to give you a feel for what the cost would be. So if you were going to if you turn to that direction, you know, staff would have to go out and solicit some proposals, and likely you would want to take the time to perhaps interview them or have somebody help you with that process. Secondly, just to remind you that Mr. Onmack did this for Springstead for quite some time. So he did the executive searches for Springstead, which I guess I can't tell you if he went outside of Minnesota, but certainly Springstead has a reach outside of Minnesota. So he does have the expertise in doing the searches. So just to make sure you understand that too. But yeah, you would need to, you know, these were, again, just presented so you had a feel for cost. This was not to say that these are the people you should look to or that you could contract with today by any means. You would need to take your time and solicit some proposals from search firms. And they're out there.
Mm-hmm. Commissioner Clark?
Yeah, and Mr. Streifels, I appreciate what you said about 5 and 6. I mean, I had emailed Mike back. I mean, again, we got this at the end of the day yesterday, and I read it last night, and then I sent an email. So lots of time, needing time to process, right? I think finding ways to have the board members all involved earlier would be helpful. I thought it was very helpful. I know we'd have to do it differently than we did with the county engineer, but it was helpful having us all engaged, and everybody brings different backgrounds, so figuring out a good way to utilize us on the earlier end would be good. I certainly believe our chair and vice chair are both good, and it may be useful to be getting some of that input earlier. And part of the reason why I said that I thought Mr. Umak could do it and do a good job is because of that other background. And then if we decide, I'm not against going to an external, I want to be clear about that. I think we've got to figure out how quickly we could get moving. This is important, and maybe just as important is we don't have many months without an administrator.
Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe that to go with an outside firm, as Mike suggested, is going to require an RFP. We're going to have to differentiate, as Commissioner Bertram said, from a firm that's going to present candidates to us versus a firm that's going to manage the process. We have people who can manage the process for us, people who know what they're doing. And I think Mr. Unmach is the right person to do something like this hybrid model suggests. I think that would be fine, particularly because of his immersion in county government for many, many years, and then working as a consultant with Springstead. So I am not at all concerned about the money, that wouldn't be the reason why I would go to the hybrid model. I'd go to the hybrid model because I think we can do this and avoid almost a duplicative process of doing an RFP for firms and still not being certain that we're going to get anything different than with the hybrid model.
Just to tag on to Commissioner Clark, with the early screening, in the past, a couple of these I've been on, what they would do is send that list of candidates out to each board member, and then you rank them, and then resubmitted that ranking, which kind of helped them as a guide of, well, now I get a feel for what kind of how each one ranked the individuals that applied, which kind of helped then taper that down to where you find the ones that, oh, okay, all five seem to have interest in, these 3 or 4 or 5, so I think there's ways we can tweak that process, as we go, and then we can make those decisions, as Commissioner Bertram said, where we have more of direct input, because basically it is the county administrator, it's the top position of the county, so we definitely want that, leader in that position.
And Mr. Chairman?
Randy?
I just got one thing just to respond to Bob. So this is a professional service. So you can do whatever process you want to find that firm. So if they bring back a list and whatever qualifications and price range, and you guys want to talk to them, whatever you want to do, it's professional services. So you have a lot of latitude on how you handle that. You don't have to do a formal RFP.
Mr. Bertram, we certainly have the expertise, but what I'm trying to get beyond is the biases because it would be like us trying to do something internally. We all have our biases because we've been working with each other and everything. What I think is going to be important is to bring someone without any of those biases that are new to us with a very specific goal. And when I say bias, I don't mean that as a negative way, but Dave and everyone else will have a bias because we've worked together for a year plus. The internal staff have biases. The leadership team have biases. So to avoid all that bias internally, the best way to address that is to go external. And again, we certainly will take into consideration, at least I will, consideration from the leadership team, from David, and from other folks, along with, it's not, and you know what, if 3 people tell me that it's the same time, Commissioner Johnson, then I'm going to feel more comfortable with it. So even if I'm paying somebody, if I ask for advice and all 3 people give me the same time, well, then I think to myself, okay, we're making the right decision because it's the same time. Now, if they say it's 3 different times, well, then that's when we'll have to hone in and say, okay, what's going on here or whatever. So I don't mind paying a third party, if you want to call it that, our leadership team, David, and a third consultant. I don't mind paying them that we all can be told the same thing. That would be a good thing, in my opinion. Then it would reaffirm what we're being told. But I think it's important to remove the biases that we exist here, within here, and beyond, remove the bias beyond Dave, in my opinion. And that's why I made the motion. So I don't know if we're ready to vote on that motion or not.
Yeah, well, and maybe if I can just throw this out, you know, not everyone knew Rick Olson, and not say he was, you know, the best person that helped the last time either, but if we need that third leg of the stool, or you know, want to consider, you know, him, as Commissioner Bertram, you know, mentioned, you know, another party that might be interested in assisting with this, I mean, that would be something I'd be open to versus, you know, spending on a national firm. I don't know exactly, I don't remember what Rick's forte is anymore, but I know he assisted the last time.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I think Jennifer might know better than I, but I don't think Rick is engaging in that kind of work anymore. But
Oh,
I think he's retired.
He's moving to retirement.
he doesn't want one last stint?
You may.
Okay, Commissioner Persky, I see your,
No, I'm good.
okay, so again, to restate, the motion is to, Commissioner Bertram, do you remember?
I said to, now, I will say, based on what you just said, my motion was to retain a national search firm for this process. But based on what you just said, I'd be willing to amend that if Commissioner Johnson's willing to say, to seek a search firm. In my opinion, it doesn't have to be national. I only said it because that's what staff gave us. But it does, in my opinion, it does not need to be a national firm. But I think we should retain an outside firm, maybe would be the correct word. So if Commissioner Johnson would accept that as a friendly amendment to the motion, the motion I intend to make, or intended to make, was to have an outside search firm help us with this process. And then, of course, be given with the understanding that's not part of the motion, but with the understanding it would zero in on helping us do the selection more than the recruitment. So the amendment to the motion would be,
Say the last part again.
and that's not part of the motion, Commissioner Johnson. My motion would simply be that we should retain a search firm for this process. That's the motion. The comment I made that would not be part of the motion is that the search firm, now I forgot what I said.
You were clarifying that it doesn't have to be a national firm. I think was
Correct.
your main point.
It doesn't, that's the main point. It doesn't have to be a national firm. It should be a search firm. Oh, zeroed in, that's what I said. Zeroed in on what we're looking for. The kind of candidate we're looking for. That's not part of the motion.
Is the search firm the same as a consultant?
You can call it anything you want.
Well,
Yep.
if we're talking about retaining a consultant, that really is the suggestion in the hybrid model, and we could look beyond Dave. I don't know the person that you referenced earlier, but are you thinking more local?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Johnson, what I'm thinking about, somebody that knows what we're talking about. I mean, someone that knows where we're at right now and where we need to get. I don't know if that's local, I don't know if that's state, I don't know if that's national, but that will be then what Mike says. We'll have staff say, okay, based, if that's what the board feels as a majority, if we feel that that's what kinds of things that we're looking for to facilitate picking who we want, not getting candidates, that'll be a different consultant search firm. I don't care what we want to refer to it, but some guidance other than what we have today in getting us to where we need to get to.
So are you thinking other than, or maybe in combination with, like
In
David
addition.
or somebody?
In addition.
Basically just another set of eyes, ears, feet.
So to reaffirm, to be clear on the motion, again, my intent was and is to retain a search firm consultant to help us in this process. So that would be my intent of the motion. So Commissioner Johnson would either have to agree to that or have someone else second the motion.
Well, I'll agree to it, to amend the motion, but it really appears very much like the hybrid model to me.
And if it, Mr. Chairman, if that's true, it really doesn't matter. We're just reaffirming it then. I guess so. If that's true, which I'm not saying it isn't true, it doesn't matter. We don't have to pass number 3. We're just passing our own motion. This is our process.
So basically, Commissioner Bertram, if I hear you right, instead of specifically saying Dave Unmock, you're just saying a third party to assist with the process.
Or a fourth party, however you want to consider it. It would be beyond Dave, in my opinion.
Okay.
It would be someone other than Dave as a fourth opinion. Who's a firm that would be more a consultant that is zeroed in on what we're looking for.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Johnson?
Commissioner Bertram, that sounds duplicative to me. You're assuming that Dave will participate and that we would have another party. And I guess I think that's unnecessary. I think we have what you want in Dave, an external consultant who's consulted with us before, so he really knows us and he knows Stearns County. And yet he knows Minnesota as well, and he knows recruiting and the job that Mike is going to leave, causing us to go through all this. So,
Okay.
so I guess I don't want to vote for another party.
And Mr. Chairman, my response to that, Commissioner Johnson, would be it's not duplicative, it's in addition. And again, yep, Dave has those expertises, but Dave has, at this point, the biases that he's had to deal with us on our other issues. And I don't want this issue to be a distraction from our other issues. And I don't want the leadership team's biases, which is not uniform, as we all know, to be confuse the issue of where we're, so this outside party, consultant, firm, is going to separate and avoid all those other pre-existing biases. So I would certainly hope Dave would want to participate, and I don't know why he wouldn't want to. I don't see it as duplicative. I see it as a second, third opinion. But again, time will tell how this plays itself out. I call the question, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, the question's been called.
Pardon?
I wasn't, Mr. Chair, I just was unclear about where we were at with the motion. Don't know what I'm voting
The
on.
motion's on the floor.
I know, but what
We're
is
voting
it?
on a consultant or a firm that would be in addition to Dave.
So
Okay.
then, just to help me, does that mean it's a hybrid with an additional person?
I'm not sure if, when you call the question, if it's the debatable or not. I'm not a parliamentarian.
I think you have,
I don't know.
Okay,
you have to have a second.
to call question?
Mr. Chair, it's my opinion that, yes, if you call the question, you do have to at least have a second. You might even have to have
Yep.
a majority to move the question forward, because otherwise that can kill debate on an issue, which it's not necessarily intended to do. My question would be, my hair looks like a mess. Is that, do we have to bring it down so far today exactly how we're going to do this search? I heard from Randy saying that, we got a possibility of these firms coming in and giving us a menu, and we can call off the menu what we want them to do for us. So at that point, we could then say, this is what we want from the outside firm to do. This is what we want David to do. We're going to bring it together. Again, this was a very, very short fuse and a very critical situation that we're in to be making a decision on it today and right on this vote. So that's where I am with it.
I kind of like that idea, Randy.
Obviously, yeah,
Or
Mr.
Mike?
Chair, you could take more time. I don't know why you would have, Commissioner Johnson's point, I don't know why you'd have Dave and a search firm. That would seem to be a little unwieldy to me, and I don't know if Dave would even agree to do that, but there are search firms that could come in and help you. There's no doubt about that, and we could solicit some proposals. And quickly, as Randy said, you know, we can have them just say, this is kind of our situation, or we would say, this is kind of our situation, give us a proposal, and they would be able to do that pretty quickly. They have their own processes and would mold those to whatever the county wants here. But, so yes, you could take a little more time, and we could bring you back some suggestions.
Yeah, maybe as a suggestion, I know the motion's on the floor, but, you know, we'd be pushing it really back a week if we waited till the April 7th meeting to give everybody a little chance to digest, because it seems like there might be a little confusion on, I mean, we have the motion. Commissioner Johnson, you know, obviously is, well, I'm sure you're unsure of exactly what we want to do here, but
So, Steve.
I'm certainly open to withdrawing the motion, but making it very clear, this isn't going to be a game where we push this back and we put it back to
we
people
can't.
that we don't have control of. So that's the part where I'm going to be very firm on. So I'll withdraw the motion if that makes it easier, but it's not going to make it easier to push it kick the can down the road and then make sure we don't do this. Because that's how sometimes our actions kind of end up being. So if it's going to help this process, because again, we did get this all laid, and I'm sorry that I'm reacting that way because of that. I don't like getting stuff late and then having to say, just go along with what we're recommending. I'm not doing that. And I've said that before, and I'm going to say it again. This one, it's important. This one, the board's involved in. And then some people would say, well, geez, why are you making such a big... We haven't been involved in things. I mean, there's been major hires that the board has not been involved in at all, and this is not going to happen this time. So that's why I'm adamant. So I'll withdraw the motion. And then, but again, with the understanding it's going to be on the agenda. I don't know if April 7th is the best time, but we got to deal with this sooner than later. And again, my position on doing some outside person isn't going to change, so.
Well, then, Commissioner Johnson.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Bertram, I really appreciate the passion that you're expressing. We have to do this right. It is very important. I don't disagree with that at all. I think when it comes time to discuss this, certainly we are the ones who get to make the final decision. But we are the ultimate generalists and are highly dependent upon experts to provide us information. And so, on the one hand, we want to make the decision, but we don't want to make it because of our own biases. Biases will not go away, whether they're consultants or staff people or us. They won't go away. They'll be there all the time. But I think we just need to be in a position to get all the right information. And from my own perspective, I think we can do that with item number 3. But when we go to the next meeting and have this discussion again, I think we need to remember your point, Commissioner Bertram, about having everything we need to make the right decision. And also, we need to remember the source of that information that allows us to get the right decision.
And to add on to that, and I think we all need to, which we do most of the time, be prepared. So when we come to that meeting, you know, we can have some discussion, but I think we should have all been, you know, apprised and read everything we've received and been able to come up with, you know, the decision that the board can ultimately agree to. Because obviously it is very important to all of us to make sure we get the right hire, so.
Mr. Chair,
yes.
if I may, just one other thing, just to acknowledge, and you said it very well, and Commissioner Bertram, you did too. I appreciate your passion as well. All of staff are going to be impacted by this hire, so the input that our leadership team is giving is also going to be important. That does not detract from anything any of us have just said about our own roles in this.
And I think to the point, of getting a lot of this information, only yesterday, the phase one, which has the questions on it, which, were presented, I think going to April 7th gives us a chance to dive into these questions, and actually, we should be looking at them. So when we come to April 7th, we're all very prepared, and the hybrid, might be the model that we say, okay, now that we've reviewed everything, we all agree that that's a good way to make this process work. So with that being said, can administration put that on the next agenda? And we definitely have to come up with an agreed to methodology to get this process moving and started and finished, and get the employees feeling comfortable that, we have somebody in a position of leadership.
And Mr. Chairman, with that goal in mind, it might help if staff make sure that individually we're clear, that they're clear in what we're looking for, and that we don't get something that isn't what we're looking for. That would help make a decision.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thanks, everyone, for the comments.
I'm just wondering if there's any, Mr. Chair, if there's any way we could move up to the Jail Justice Center and then come back to the other three, given how many people are waiting well past when.
I'm okay with that.
The next item shouldn't take long.
True.
Well, we have three more items
yeah.
there. I don't know how long they'll take. So again, we've got our consultants and Kevin sitting here and everybody else.
All
You
right.
mind waiting?
But, so is it
don't
okay if
look good.
do you mind if we go?
Well, let's just keep moving. I got a 1 o'clock
Is
appointment.
everybody, otherwise, I'm okay if we want
Yeah,
to move the
let's do
Jail
it.
Justice Center
Let's do the
project up.
Justice Center.
Okay.
Because I'm not sure on the airport if there's really a lot extra to discuss, but.
Yeah, I don't think there is either. Just they've been here for a long time.
I'll need a minute to fire your computer up.
Okay. Well,
We could probably do one of those.
while you're
right.
getting that fired up, how about we do P2? Because I think we can come to consensus on the makeup of that Housing Trust Board. So while Kevin's setting up, let's go to P2. Mike?
Yes, as you know, Commissioner Johnson was appointed to the Housing Trust Fund Board prior to him being a county board member. And so once he was elected, that made the board make up with 3 county commissioners rather than 2, which is what the ordinance looks to. So there's really 2 ways to rectify that. One is to change so that you only have 2 county board members on that current Housing Trust Fund Board, or you could change the ordinance to allow 3 county commissioners on the Housing Trust Fund Board. I'm told that the Housing Trust Fund Board met recently, I can't recall when, and did talk a little bit about it and said that they would be open to changing the ordinance to allow up to 3 county board members. So I think that those are really the only 2 ways you could rectify this. And so I think the board just needs to make a choice. If you're just going to change the appointment, your own appointments, you could do that anytime. If you're going to change the ordinance, then we would need the direction to do that, and then we'll advertise for the public hearing and bring the ordinance change in front of you in the near future.
I myself would be okay if we just have 2 commissioners on the Housing Trust Fund Board. Don't know what everybody else thinks, but.
Mr. Chairman, I'm the other member. We always kind of had 1 metro, 1 rural. Commissioner Clark and I are on that. Bob was on it, as you said, before he was elected. I mean, we all serve on a lot of joint powers boards, and we don't make the exception of adding a 3rd member. Then we got to post those meetings and all that stuff. There's really no need for it. So Commissioner Johnson's expressed interest in serving on it. So really, it's between Commissioner Clark and Commissioner Johnson to decide if we're going to stay with the rural metro mix on that, in my opinion. But so I don't know. I wouldn't be in favor of adding a 3rd elected official to a joint powers board, because then we can do that with emergency services, career solutions, on and on and on.
Commissioner Clark.
Yeah, one thing just to differentiate, we all represent the whole county, so I know that you have said continuously that you want to have people from different parts of the county. We're there to go ahead and represent the county. You're serving on 3 housing-related things right now. I'm serving on 2. The great thing is we have somebody else who wants to, but I don't think it's about geography. So, I mean, I think that's the hard part. I mean, we are appointed to be on there. I'm very glad that there is additional interest, and I don't think it's about Bob or I making a decision.
Well, if I could interject, maybe we can do this like the Minnesota rural counties, and, if somebody be willing to, rotate the term to make it simplified, or otherwise, we need a motion to place 3 county commissioners. Commissioner Johnson.
Well, I don't want to make a motion. I thought people were just saying things, so. And I don't mind speaking, but I'll wait if you want a motion on something.
If we leave it the way it is, Mr. Chairman, there doesn't need to be a motion, right? Or do you want a motion to leave it with 2 board members?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Bertram, if you leave it at 2 board members, then this board needs to decide who those 2 commissioners are, which, is usually done at the beginning of the year by consensus, but it's ultimately a board choice of who those 2 commissioners would be as well.
And, Mr. Chairman, for Commissioner Johnson's purposes, and I think he knows this, but like when we all got elected, I pretty much assumed all of Commissioner Mergen's positions. You would have normally gotten Commissioner Lenzmeyer's only because he was gone. We filled in for all those. So that's why this got a little, and I think I changed 2 committees because other commissioners that were more senior wanted to get on committees that Commissioner Mergen were on, and I just said, that's fine, and then I made a switch with them. So that's kind of how these committee appointments happen. So, we do this in a lot of committees where we will have, like, now Commissioner Persky is on planning, Commissioner Notch is the vice chair, and the watershed districts, if it pertains more to your district, it's not so much a metro rural, but we do approach things a little bit that way. So again, that's why it's made up the way it is.
Commissioner Johnson.
It seems like I'm the problem. I was appointed as a citizen member of the Housing Trust Board, and I am very interested in housing, and I've said that before. Were we to decide that 3 members of this board should be on the Housing Trust Board, then I think we would need to add another citizen representative, because I wouldn't like the imbalance. And I, quite frankly, am not wedded to this. I am very happy to remove that from my list of assignments and free myself up to do something else and leave it the way it is with Commissioner Clark and Commissioner Bertram. I'd be happy to resign from this board. I just don't think we should go through the process of changing an ordinance when we have something that's working.
Commissioner Clark.
Yeah, so thank you, Mr. Chair. So technically, we did do appointments on this previously, and that included all 5 of us when we did the appointments, but I think it fell through the cracks. And that's unfortunate, because I think we've all known when you were coming on. We all have known that you want to. And right now we have 3 different entities with 5 positions for which you could serve on. So at a bare minimum, by this next year, I hope there'll be some reconsideration to make it more broad. This is something that I, for one, worked on quite a bit with Mike and others to make happen. So I have to admit, I'd like to get through this first part while we're getting it more set up before I go off. I would be willing to do that, but I do not believe I should be the only person to reconsider their membership on these. Again, we have 5 positions on 3 boards. I'm the only one that doesn't make any sense to go on the HRA, because my district is solely within St. Cloud, so it would make no sense for me to. But I thought we'd hope that by then we do it, but that would be my ask. I would like to just get through this. I am willing to step down, though, and let you do it. That's just, I would like to get through our first year doing this.
Commissioner Johnson?
I think it would be fine for me to step down and acknowledge Terrell's previous work and the continuing work, and we'll see what happens should I get reelected in November and we redo committees at that time. I think that's the simplest way to resolve this right now and not create additional work for us. And I think Mr. Bertram actually has a point about rural and urban. There are different considerations. And so it's good to have a commissioner from each area. So, in fact, I would like to formally resign from the Stearns County Housing Trust Board, and I'll tell Neil.
Well, we appreciate your willingness, Commissioner Johnson, to rectify this problem without going through a larger ordinance change. And, as we've done in the past, usually at the beginning of every year, we make appointments and, we can always look at, people willing to move.
Yep.
So if,
Mr. If, you do appointments by motion typically, so if you would do this by motion,
Okay.
that would be helpful.
I do have a question, though.
Commissioner Clark.
I'm sorry, I'm not sure technically we need to do that because he was a citizen member. He was never a board member.
Okay. Point taken. Yeah, I think that's okay too. We can configure it
just
that way.
acknowledge that.
Yeah.
And again, I wish that we could do, I would like you to be on there. You're a very good board member.
Thank you. Thanks. I appreciate that. But please replace me with a citizen member.
Okay, then, so for the record, Commissioner Clark and Commissioner Bertram will sit on the Housing Trust Fund Board.
Sure.
Okay, thank you. All right, on to the Jail Justice Center.
Did that give you enough time to get your slides up?
It did. And edit a few. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Kevin Cornick, Facilities Manager here for Stearns County. In front of you today, we have a number of recommended board actions broken down into 5 sort of categories, if you will. The first is to adopt the Justice Center construction budget. The second is to approve a contract to Braun Intertech for some owner-provided testing and inspections on the project. The third group of items is to award work scopes and contracts to our vetted low bidders. The fourth group of items is to adopt a resolution not awarding to the low bidder, but to the second or third low, depending on the circumstance. There's some information in the package that explains why we're doing what we're doing. But that would be a resolution to move away from the low bidder in favor of a second or third low for reasons given. And then finally, the fifth group of motions to reject all bids and rebid a handful of contracts. Probably and we can kind of go through what maybe the big players are there. So that's really the 5 groups of motions in front of you, and they are all broken down into individual items. I'm happy to read it if you'd like, but we'll be here for a little bit. So before I get in.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we adopt the Justice Center construction budget as presented.
Second.
Okay, we got a motion and a second. Further discussion? Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify, well, I think we lost Joe.
Yeah, I think we did.
So basically, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carried.
The second item, we did a request for proposals for special testing and inspections. This is an owner-provided item that really, they work on our behalf to make sure that our contractors are giving us what we are buying or what we're paying for, and then takes off some burden on some inspections from the state and local building officials, so recommend awarding that to Braun Enertech.
I make that motion, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Bertram.
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson. Further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
All right, the third group of actions, these are all the apparent low bidders in each of those respective bid work scopes. These bids were submitted. Kraus Anderson, our construction manager, goes through a whole list of, do they have the appropriate paperwork? Do they have the appropriate scope? We walk through it spec section by spec section to make sure that we feel that they're complete and can perform the project. So these are all the apparent low bid awards.
Move to approve.
Okay.
Second.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Clark. Commissioner Johnson, any further discussion? Not seeing any. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
The group in number 4, we have a handful of contracts where we are not awarding to the low bidder for the reasons specified. If there's any questions on any of those individually, I'm happy to answer. But that'll be a resolution outlining our whereases and therefores, and then the recommendation to award and issue contract for.
That was quite the list to absorb.
Not unexpected in a project this big or complex.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make that motion with a comment
Okay.
after I get the
Second.
second.
We have a motion and a second by Commissioner Clark. Further discussion, Commissioner Bertram.
Mr. Chairman, Kevin, it was very helpful, very detailed why. Again, it's for the integrity of the process for all of us. It's very important, and it was very detailed and to lay out why and what the conditions are and were. So thank you for that. It makes it very transparent. So thank you.
You're welcome. And I think that's important for the bidders too, both the ones that are getting awarded and the ones that aren't, that we're transparent in the why behind the what. So I appreciate that.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion?
And then, sorry, go ahead.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
And then the fifth and final group of actions there are to a resolution to reject all bids for the reasons specified and authorize staff to either rebid or resolicit in a different manner. So some of them we bid, we may choose to use our procurement office to go out and solicit quotes or those kinds of things.
Commissioner Johnson?
Mr. Chair, I make a motion to adopt the resolutions for various work scopes, rejecting all bids and authorize staff to be resolicited.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Commissioner Bertram. Further discussion? Further discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
That's all I have for you today. I hope to
Thank you.
have a plan for a ground break, possibly by the next board meeting, if not for surely the subsequent one. So stay tuned for that.
Kevin, just a quick question on my part. Have they started moving trees and stuff like that, or haven't really done anything
We have
yet?
to wait until the EAW process is
Okay,
complete.
thank you. Commissioner Johnson?
I just want to say that this was a very rigorous process, and as Commissioner Bertram suggested, you justified those decisions all the way through, and it's very much appreciated. Good job to everyone who's working on it.
Yeah, we have, I appreciate that. There's a ton of people working on it. Our own procurement staff, Heather and Mark Masankowski, our construction manager's got a lot of bodies after this. And our attorney's office has been involved. It's been quite the lift to buy out 55 contracts in 60 days, so especially this size and complexity.
That's good.
Commissioner Clark?
Yeah, the end product is going to be fabulous, and all of the local people getting to do work on this is fabulous, and thank you all for the extra heavy lift on this, because it's quite apparent there's a lot to keep track of, and a lot of people needed to do it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner
the understatement of the day is, that's all I have for you today.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's the Bible right here.
It is very nice having one that's readable, all on one page.
I'm hoping I don't have to get any bigger than this, but
Okay, all right, thank you, Kevin.
thank you.
Next up, Airport Authority that we had on our last meeting that we moved to this one.
You did have this on your last meeting, Mr. Chair. Yeah, if you recall, well, we started these discussions quite some time ago, but it really ended up being two major points of discussion between the counties. One was whether or not to impose a property tax limit in some shape on the Airport Commission. And if you recall, the four administrators were to get together and talk about, well, first of all, each board had a discussion, and the four administrators went back and met to represent those discussions. And you can see in the document submitted that there was agreement that in some way, shape, or form, we should do a property tax limit on the Airport Commission. And the second item was somehow to place elected officials on the Airport Commission, Airport Authority governing body. And you can see that there was not agreement on that. And so at least as the administrators talked about, that the next step was to come together and figure out a way to how we can do the property tax limit. I know so far Benton County talked about it. At the time when the administrators talked about this, I think 3 of the administrators thought that if we were only going to talk about the property tax limit, that the administrators could bring back proposals to their respective elected bodies. But I do know that Benton County did appoint one of their board members to accompany the administrator as they talk about this. So I guess that's the report. I think the next step is for us to figure out a way to impose that property tax limit on the authority. I think the most efficient way to do that is going to just be to come to an agreement between the 5 entities at this point. Not necessarily alter the enabling resolution, which would be a long drawn out, probably cumbersome process that needs agreement from all players. And I think we can accomplish the same thing with some kind of a resolution from each entity or some kind of a memorandum of understanding. And I don't know that this board wants to pursue the changing of the elected, or the changing of the Airport Authority Board or not, but certainly from my perspective, from what I heard from the other entities, that's probably a discussion that's not going to go very far.
So what you were just alluding to, are you talking about a resolution as far as what the potential levy limit increase would be? You know, I've been...
Or even how we would do that. I mean, you could do it with a rate, you could do it with a dollar amount. You know, there would be a couple of different options there too.
I was kind of hoping that maybe Sherburne County would come to the table and say, well, it's in Sherburne County, we'll take 1.25 of this, because, as been stated in the past, we have the largest population, so usually we get hit, usually with the largest assessment. But I think, in my opinion, we did a lot of vetting on this to get to the point where I think their board understands, what we'd like to see as far as limitations. Also realizing that, this airport, is going to need to grow and try and flourish, in the future. So, and we're part of it now, so we kind of have to help make it happen. Commissioner Bertrand.
Yep, and Randy's had some good ideas on the tax up, but that's going to be, who's going to have that discussion?
I think, as I said, Benton County is suggesting that we have the administrator and one representative from the board. And if we want to pursue it that way, we can. And yeah, I mean, I think we already have a little bit of an outline. You saw, I think in the what Bruce did, the white paper, that gave a little bit of an idea what the limit might be. Personally, I think we should do it with a rate, so you don't have to deal with it very often. But but yeah, I mean, the 4 entities somehow need to come together, and there was 2 suggestions, one to have the administrators do it, and the other one would be to have administrators plus a board member.
And Mr. Chairman, I'm fine with that. And also, Benton County did want commissioners on the board, and we did. So Sherburne and the city I don't know if the city ever really weighed in, but Sherburne was not for that. So, yeah, for right now, we can put that aside, but, and then what about number 3, getting St. Cloud back on track to where it has that been done?
Yeah, Commissioner Bertram, or Mr. Chair, Commissioner Bertram, it is in the works. They're negotiating an agreement at this time, but they don't, well, as of 2 weeks ago, they didn't have an agreement yet.
And Mr. Chairman, I think with the tax stuff, Randy's gone through some very specific stuff. I don't know how you want to incorporate that, Mike, with Randy, or if Randy can sit on this as well. Randy's had this very well thought out, in my opinion, how to do that. So I think Randy somehow either needs to be directly or indirectly involved, because as we've all seen in our tax statements, it's there. And when you passed it, you were told it won't happen for 10 years. So the reality is, it's already on the tax statements. So it is critical that we get this right. So how you do that, Mike and Randy and whomever, the most logical thing would be the chair. Who was on this work group? I was one. Who was the other one? I can't remember.
I think I
Or was there only one?
Yeah. I think it was Steve.
Oh, you were.
Yeah.
So the chair makes sense that it would be the chair and then you and/or Randy from Stearns County in accomplishing those 4 things. Just in case.
Yeah, really, the only thing is the property tax levy limit. The others are,
Number 4. I think to be proactive with that.
yeah, and Mr. Chair, Commissioner Bertram, the group has discussed that. It's so far out in the future that I don't think anybody can commit anybody to anything there, but everybody is in general agreement, including the 4 governing bodies.
Well, we are kind of committed, Mr. Chairman. We're committing a future board already. So whatever. But, okay, you don't need a motion on this, or you do?
I don't think so. If we're going to have a chair, that's fine. And Randy's been involved in the calculations, and maybe we will bring Randy to the meeting too. We'll see.
Whatever you need, I'll
Yeah.
support whatever way you want. That's fine.
Yeah, if the rest of the board is okay with that, we'll run with that and bring back
That sounds fine.
what the results are.
Mr. Chair, I was not sure that we had agreement on number 2 and wondered if we wouldn't be talking about that at a later date.
Housing Trust Fund?
No. Number 2
on
related to
this
this
here.
issue, placing electeds on the authority.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Johnson, there was not agreement on that between the parties, and so I think we're just going to drop that for now. Yeah.
Okay, so it's going away.
Yeah.
All right. I know there may have not been agreement here either, which is
Right.
why I asked. Yeah, thanks.
Mr. Chairman, I wouldn't classify it as going away. It's just going to be put aside for now.
Right.
Because it's, the weird thing about this agreement, which I've never seen one in my life, all 4 entities have to agree. And City of St. Cloud, but not so much. Sherburne was definitely not for it. So one of the 4 for sure would not have been for it, so that's why we're just putting it aside.
Right, I understand.
Okay.
It's going away for today.
Correct.
All right, on to P4, federal lobbying contract discussions. Jill's maybe going to open this, but I'll do my little prelude. I myself really think at this point we could save the money and not even have one, because I think what we've gotten so far, we have enough experience on this board and staff that has connections that even paying $4,000 a month, I don't think we even need to do that. I just feel we have the connections. I mean, the RFP is what's on the table here today. So I let Jill bring anything forward if there's anything new, or if it's basically just to see what we want to do.
It's essentially to see what you want to do, Mr. Chair. This is the same draft that was presented to you at the end of January. The only changes that were made to it were about the process for how the entities would be evaluated. We added a member of the board to that. But yeah, I'm open to your direction on how you want to handle this.
I mean, that's just my personal opinion. Is I think for now, with what we got going on, that we could probably handle this ourselves, but that's my opinion. Commissioner Clark or Johnson?
Did you have your hand up first?
Go ahead.
Commissioner Clark?
I think as compared to the status quo, not having a contract for right now is probably a good idea. I mean, it would save some money. I do think we should, we are one of the few of anywhere near our size, if not the only, that wouldn't have one.
We might
And,
start something new.
well, what I'm thinking is what we really need is somebody who can really help us with anticipating if we're going to pay somebody. That has the relationships, that's there, that is anticipating and seeing and giving us advice on what we're doing. In our bigger scheme of life at the moment, I am fine with dropping it for right now. And I would hate, even earlier than the airport discussion on whether there be somebody, I think we'd want to come back to this at some point, but
Yeah, my thought was later this fall,
yeah.
Before the next session starts, if we're gonna.
Yeah, a bit of a challenge right now is the whole HR1 piece. But you're right, between all of us, we can kind of be dogging the congressional offices.
Commissioner Johnson.
As part of the scope of responsibilities in the RFP, it says lobbying is defined as efforts to pass, stop, or amend legislation or to influence, access, or enjoin other government action as the county desires through face-to-face electronic and written communications with appropriate persons. I think lobbying is essential for us. I think we do ultimately need a contract. HR1 is a great example. Had we been informed 9 or 10, 11 months ago of all the intricacies of HR1, we would have been much more prepared to deal with its impacts that are coming up and will affect us significantly. Today is a different day. I think we need to have a team that is absolutely experienced, not simply in customer service and picking us up at airports if someone flies to Washington, but in really getting down to the nitty-gritty of what it is that's happening from a legislative perspective in Washington and what that means for us. And I think we need to be ahead of the game. And the only way we're going to be able to do that is by having an excellent consulting firm to work with. I think that requires a request for proposal that we already have, which is very comprehensive. And I think we need to vet people and make sure that they could meet all of the expectations of this RFP. So whether we do it in the fall or next month, I guess I'm not concerned about that part, but I think we need to do it.
Mr. Chair, I definitely agree with everything that was just said.
Mr. Chairman, the one thing that I've said, and I'll keep saying until somebody reacts to it, please tell me what it is that we want that we're not getting, because I don't know that. And so if well, that's a request for proposal, but when I've asked for a previous contract, there isn't any. And so if I'm on the road, if I don't have a road map and I'm driving down the road and you're telling me that I'm going the wrong way, well, how do I know that? You never gave me a map. You never told me where you wanted me to go. So I agree with the chair. Don't know that we need one. Certainly don't need an RFP at this point with everything else that we're doing. But if we're going to retain something, or if we want something, please tell me what that is that we want. And I'm talking about specific issues.
Mm-hmm.
So somebody needs to do that.
Yeah.
I think just for all of us, and certainly for Turch and Associates at this point.
Commissioner Clark.
Yeah, and I'm not entirely sure how to respond to all of that, but I will say, including going back to last year, we made HR1 was these issues were on our federal agenda. We apprised our lobbyist of that. We asked for help with that when we went to DC. We asked for follow-up with that. We didn't, and there were personnel changes again. So, I mean, using that one very specific example, and we have asked again this fall and recently, leading up to the meetings, at the meetings, since the meetings. We've asked for being able to do demonstrations. Other counties did that. Other counties have been getting to spend key time with members. But, Congressman Whip Emmerich said if he had understood better earlier, he would have tried to help with this. Raising it at a meeting with us is not enough. Those folks need to know the backstory. So those are some examples. It's not just about a project. So that, I think the RFP does a great job clarifying. I've even asked, the current lobbyists about, so which of these things are you doing for us? And we haven't gotten anything back. And that, again, I'm sure that there was a high level of services at one point, and it may be that we're just so far off in terms of what we're paying, that we are paying for what we get.
Mr. Chairman, was that shared, Commissioner Clark, with all of us?
Yeah, it was on our legislative agenda, and,
When you asked for what you asked for? I never saw nothing.
well, we asked for it in DC, and then we did follow up. There's been, I don't know how, we can't violate the open meeting law, Commissioner Bertram, by communicating everything. I know Commissioner Persky regularly talks, but I did ask for follow-up. I specifically asked about it because I thought it's probably a good idea to know what else has happened. And the person who was with us this time, I thought there was a lot of good things there. That doesn't mean this is a priority for the firm. It's a small firm.
Mr. Chairman, I didn't get it. I'd like to get it, number one. So however you can do that without the open meeting. And two, the open meeting law, I've been waiting for you to bring that up. I've shown Mike 15 times in the last 2 months that that's been violated, but not by me. So sometimes we like to hide behind that, but if we're gonna call that out, then we all need to abide by it. There's been numerous emails where it replied all, and I didn't say a thing until now. So I'm not trying to violate the open meeting law, but I want the information, because I'm always told when I ask for information, well, we all got to get it. And I agree with that. And I always say, share it with everybody. Now I'm asking for information that you obviously got that I didn't
No,
get.
Mr.
I'd like to get that.
No, that's not true.
No,
Okay,
that's
It was
well,
on our federal priorities.
Yes, it's.
The board approved
I
them.
think if I heard it right, it's more of, you had asked probably the firm.
I just asked for follow-up. Yeah.
Right, and
Yeah.
what I'm thinking with that is then you could feed it through administration.
And I did
Okay.
do that.
But I didn't
You
get
can
it.
feed it back.
When,
Right,
I,
and-
when
and-
I met with Mr. Church and one of his aides, I think it was last fall, I'm not sure, I gave him those legislative priorities as well and keyed in on HR1.
Yeah.
Myself,
And just to clarify.
We can share that.
because it's a board, it was on the board's priority.
We can share
And
that.
because of the statement that was just made, Mr. Chair, I'm a big fan of not hitting reply all. If you're working on logistics, that's not a
Very true.
violation of the open meeting law.
Oh, change of, maybe you should clarify that then. What is reply all and what isn't?
We should not be replying
No,
all. And I know it happens by mistake or not, but we should not reply all. We disseminate information a lot by email, of course, that's the most efficient way to communicate, but what you need to avoid is continuing that conversation between board members.
Yep. Okay,
So,
Are the wishes okay
Mr.
if we
Chair,
just
I'm going to
delay it,
move
or-
that we, just trying to figure out how to put in words what you just said at the beginning, that we cease continuation of the current federal lobbying, and that we determine a future time to do an RFP, perhaps this fall.
and it might be good with the new administrator,
Mm-hmm.
you know, to see what they have too.
That's true.
Connections.
They might, yep. Absolutely.
So, do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Johnson. Further discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. So you'll inform Mr.
Yep.
Church?
Mr. Chair, we'll let the firm know and look forward to talking to you more about it this fall.
Thanks, Jill. Okay, issues by commissioners. Commissioner Johnson.
I have one thing. Oftentimes in the work that we all do, and I mean everyone in the world, we spend less time on planning and more time in executing, and then we find ourselves having to go backwards and correct mistakes. Given that we're doing a groundbreaking in a couple of months, and we'll have a new justice center in 36 months or so, subsequent to the groundbreaking, I think that we need to establish a task force now led by the county and perhaps in concert with the city of St. Cloud that looks at the redevelopment of this somewhat of a brownfield we're going to create here as we demolish buildings and then perhaps retrofit others. This needs to be a community effort. It needs to involve a broad range of stakeholders, and I mean Centricare and the university and the general public and businesses downtown. But a working group that I would hope would start by the 1st of January in 27, so that all the appropriate resources can be spent trying to create vibrancy down here, trying to create economic impacts, positive economic impacts, attracting people, honors the history of downtown St. Cloud, and creates pride in the downtown. It's not easy to do. When we move out there, if we start then, it'll take another 3 or 4 years. And so I'm suggesting that we consider the establishment of some sort of group, as I described, with a starting time of early in 27 to begin to look at that issue.
Maybe that could be something in coordination with the downtown council or somebody to.
On the
There's so
city.
many people who should be involved, yeah.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Johnson, and, we identified that in the strategic planning process as a priority as well. And the city is going through a process of downtown. I don't know if that's quite finished yet, but I totally agree. We need to get that, some effort moving so that, the reuse of this property down here doesn't linger.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Clark?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yep, very much agree with that, and it'll be good to see what the mayor is putting out on the 7th in terms of the state of the city, too. There may be some information there to share as well. Because it's been so long and comprehensive, I'm going to have my issue by Commissioner be very excited about the Gopher women's basketball team making it to the Sweet 16, first time since 2005. And all but one of the starters are Minnesotan, and the others from Wisconsin will adopt her anyways. But it's very exciting time. So congrats to them.
Commissioner Bertram?
First, she's not here, but I want to make her blush anyway. Sierra's birthday was yesterday, so I wish her a happy birthday. I can feel her blushing from here. The sales tax exemption bill, Mike, any update on that? Have we gotten Representative Davids as a co-author? And I think we almost need to, if you don't mind, let us know daily or weekly that we can interject with people and we can ask our own group of legislators, or maybe we should assign legislators for us to ask, where's this at? If we try to keep it front and center for them, because they'll get pulled 50 different directions, and we don't care if the others get passed, we certainly want ours to get passed.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Bertram, the most recent effort in that regard was to introduce the bill that would exempt courthouse construction from sales tax in the overall law. And so we do have that drafted. Commissioner Notch and I met with Representative Perryman last week we did that? And she was going to engage with Representative Davids, and we followed up on that just Friday and Monday. Was it Friday? Trying to figure out what's going on there, and I don't know that we know yet. On the Senate side, I think we had support from Senator Putman to bring that forward. The other two bills are still, the bills specific to Stearns County are still in play. I think that most of our legislative group agrees that the statewide has more likelihood of passing. And so we're kind of concentrating our efforts there, but I totally agree, we need to be on it. Deadlines are looming at the end of this week, I believe. And I think a tax bill isn't subject to the deadline, but maybe you know a little more than I do right now, Jill.
So Nathan Jesson at MICA offered to help move the bill once it gets jacketed, but it's stuck in the revisor's office right now. There's a significant backlog. But because the bill will be going through taxes doesn't have any deadlines. And so we don't need to worry about hitting those deadlines. And he expects he'll be jacketed probably in the next week or two. And then he will help get the signatures needed, and that would be the time to follow up with Perryman and Putnam and make sure that they got it.
And they did agree to sponsor the bills, both of them did.
What I would strongly suggest, Mr. Chairman and Mike, as we talked about when we were down there, is I think we should do a group, however you want to do a group messaging to the legislators, because we just pounded on, this is one of the few bipartisan things that Wogamont and Putman and Perryman and Demuth and Howe and Driscoll can come together on. And I think we have to help shepherd that. It's not going to happen all by itself. So if all 5 of us keep telling them that something, a message weekly, I do think that will be powerful to get them beyond some of the egos. And again, at the end of the day, get what we need. So somebody's got to manage that though. And I guess whoever wants to do
As I
that.
said, Commissioner Notch and I were down there last week and spoke directly in offices about this, and we can follow up and we can give you all we don't have a bill number yet, which is the first thing everybody asks for, is what is the bill number? But we can set you all up easily to make those communications. And I agree. I mean, it would be helpful.
And then make sure that we get Representative Davids on both bills, because again, he committed to being a co-author and support it, so let's get him, because he's the chair, the co-chair of the House Tax Committee. And the last thing, just happy Easter to everybody from my family and I, so that's it.
Okay. And I wanted to bring this forward because when we got, I forget what email it was, but on the household hazardous waste facility, I was surprised when I seen that it says free to the use of residents Stearns, Sherburne, Benton, and Mille Lacs counties. So I did ask Shelley, and she said, well, but how that works is when you say you're from Mille Lacs County, then they mark that down and then they bill that back to each of the counties. Because first I thought, well, we're providing this for 4 counties and we're paying for all this, but she goes, no, rest assured, every car that comes in, they find out what county they're from and then bill the service back. So it's kind of nice to see that it's really kind of a group effort, and I know Commissioner Persky's, one of his big things that, is getting, this stuff out of landfills, out of wherever, and into the proper, disposal facilities. So yeah, that was the only thing I had. Again, happy Easter to everybody. It's coming fast. So with that, I will adjourn the meeting.
All right.
Thank you.
Yeah,